chair of the House Judiciary Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on Senate bills referred to this committee with the potential for executive sessions to be held throughout. We expect to hold our executive session this afternoon at 1 o'clock, which has been scheduled. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A, the right to know law. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600. That's 271-3600. Or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. We do have a staff member who is participating with us today, and that is Brad Green. He is a committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting will be taken by roll call vote. We're going to begin the meeting by taking roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there's anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know. And Mr. Clerk, would you be willing to call the roll?
Mr. Alexander. Representative Birch.
Me? Yes, I'm here in West Milan alone.
Representative Chase. Representative Chase.
Hi, sorry about that. Yes, I'm here. I'm actually in Kissimmee, Florida, and I'm here alone.
Sounds like you're in Florida.
I am in Florida. Sorry, I know it's hard to hear me.
Representative Di Lorenzo.
Good morning. I'm here in my home office in Newmarket, and I'm in the room alone.
Gordon.
Yes, I am present at the Legislative Office Building in room 301, 303 with several other committee members.
Representative Green.
Yes, I'm at my home office in Hudson. My wife will be coming and going throughout the day.
Representative Horton.
I'm here at my home office in Durham by myself.
Representative Kelly.
Me?
Kelly.
I'm in Temple, in the room alone, but my mom's visiting from California and may pop in and out.
Representative Kenny.
Good morning. I am here in my apartment in Durham, currently alone in the room, but roommates may be walking throughout the day. Thank you.
Representative Langley.
Good morning. I'm here in Manchester at home, and my husband might be in and out during the day. Thank you.
Representative McBeth.
I'm present here in my Portsmouth in my home office, and I'm alone. Good morning.
Representative McLean.
I'm here in the LOB with fellow colleagues in the committee.
Representative Pace.
Good morning. I'm in Exeter alone.
Representative Nodder.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Werner. Representative Werner. Representative Simpson.
Good morning. I'm here in Exeter. I'm alone. My spouse and my kids may come in and out at some point during the day.
Representative Smith.
Good morning. I'm in Durham alone.
Representative Sylvia,
Home alone in Belmont.
Representative Tosh. Representative Tosh. Representative Melvin.
Here in the LOB.
Representative Mulper is here in the LOB.
We, first of all, just note that we welcome Representative Notter and Representative Melvin today. They have been duly appointed as substitutes today for Representative Rice and Representative Trotter. And we're going to begin our hearings today with Senate Bill 95. And we will conduct our hearings this morning. Note on Senate Bill 95, there were 102 people who signed up in support of the bill. There were 2 people who signed up in opposition to the bill. And there are 12 people who pre-registered to testify. With that, I'll call upon the primary sponsor of the omnibus bill. The bill has 3 parts, and that sponsor is Senator Gary Daniels. Senator?
Could you raise his hand?
Yeah, could you raise your hand, Senator Daniels? Identify you. I don't see senators. Also, pre-registering to testify was Senator Perkins Walker.
She's there.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
We can, Senator.
Okay, good morning. I do hope Senator Daniels is able to test this morning, but I'll offer my testimony in the meanwhile. So good morning, all of you. Nice to see so many of you from my district. For the record, I'm Senator Rebecca Perkins Quokka from Senate District 21, representing the city of Portsmouth and the towns of Madbury, Lee, Durham, Newington, Newmarket, and Newfields. I am the prime sponsor of Part 1 of SB 95FN relative to remote access to meetings under RSA 91A. Through Emergency Order 12, Governor Sununu enabled public bodies to continue to meet during the COVID-19 pandemic with the modification of the right to know rules to allow remote meetings. Part 1 of SB 95FN is the codification of that emergency order. All of us have taken part in these remote meetings. We're doing so right now. In addition to ensuring stay safe and healthy during the pandemic, remote meetings also allow many more people to take part in their government. We've seen during public hearings this session that many more people tune in remote hearings than would normally be able to. And this is not to mention the many more elected officials who have had an avenue to participate without worrying about childcare as much or needing to travel during this unusual time. Passing Part 1 of SB 95 will ensure that governments on all levels, city, towns, are able to continue offering expanded access and transparency even after the COVID-19 pandemic and the state of emergency end. I'll be happy to answer any questions. I do add that we've worked closely with the New Hampshire Municipal Association on the language of this bill, and that originally both Senator Daniels and I had brought separate parts of SB 95. So there was originally a Part 1 and a Part 2. We've worked together to combine those 2 parts so that the bill that's in front of you now represents the combined efforts of the Senate to find something that everybody could work with. And so this bill passed on the Senate floor 24-0. And I welcome your questions. I know that Cordell Johnson from New Hampshire Municipal Association is here as well today.
Are there questions for the senator? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I'm looking through the bill, and it scratches out all of the language pertaining to the requirements for having an emergency and things of this nature, are there any requirements to allow this to take place, or is it just the body on its own can just decide that this is the best way to do its own business?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the question, Representative. It was in the Senate part of the compromise that we made that it needs to be the governing body of each municipality that makes the decision whether to hold remote meetings. So the way that it's structured now is that remote meetings can continue in their current state until each municipality has the opportunity to take that vote, at which time the authority is turned over to them. And in addition, I think you'll see that we added 2 things into this legislation. One is a study commission, which should meet later this year to make sure that we're correcting, or improving the process in any way possible. And we added a sunset clause so that, we need to make sure we have legislation on this next year that will either extend the study for municipalities to do this if a lot of them take it up, or this right will end after the legislative session next year.
Are there other questions for the Senator? Yes, Representative Horgan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I just say we got an email from Senator Daniels' aide, so he's trying to log in. So he somebody might want to call Deb Martone. My question is are there any requirements here for recording the meetings when it's possible, which something that was not done here in the House, that was not done here in the House at all until until 2020, but which has proven very useful. And is there anything here talking about how the recording should be preserved?
Yes, thank you, Representative Horgan. There is no requirement that meetings be recorded. There is only the requirement that if the meeting is to be held remotely, that there is audio access available remotely. There's always the option, of course, that a municipality could choose to record, but unfortunately, we just didn't feel that was that was something that all municipalities would be able to meet at this time.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I guess my only question that I had when I read the bill was, I understand the first part, then the third part, again, is establishing a committee to look at having the remote meetings. Seems like it's sort of like a ready, fire, aim approach by doing the legislation first and studying it afterwards.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Gordon. So, and I'm sympathetic to how it may come across a little confusing. So the intent is that because our municipalities are currently operating this way, to the extent they have decided to or been able to, our hope is not to disturb their business, but rather let them continue in the way they've operating or chosen to operate for this time. However, we also want to make sure that if there are opportunities to improve the procedure that's been underway, for example, there was a conversation about whether roll call votes are necessary for every vote over Zoom. People had different opinions about that. That would be something that could be raised in the study commission to ensure that if we are going to continue with remote meetings into next year and beyond in any capacity, that we're doing so in the best way possible. So the idea was to sort of, concurrently allow current operations to continue while, taking a look at how we can improve that, and then make sure that we bring the results of both of those things back to the legislature next year, if we'd like to remove the sunset or if we'd like to make improvements to the statute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for my follow-up question. You mentioned in your testimony that there's a sunset clause on this, that the purpose of the study committee is to look at it. is a sunset clause in part 3 of the bill? I'm just trying to find it.
Yes, exactly. So, I'm just looking at everything. So in part 1, section 3, yes, there's a sunset clause, and my my memory is as I've described it. So I may need Senator Daniels to join us and just fully answer that piece, because I know he worked closely with his caucus on that. But as I've described it so far, that's, the effect of the legislation, and that's the date in section 3 of part 1.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions for the senator? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you very much.
I also see in the attendees, it looks like the Senator Gray maybe. I don't know if, I know he sponsored a portion of the bill. Senator Gray?
Hit the button here. Good morning. I am James Gray, District 6 Senator, covering Alton, Barnstead, Gilmanton, Rochester, Durham, and Farmington. My part of this bill is part 2, violations of privacy. This was brought to me by both the chiefs of police in Somersworth and Rochester and the county attorney, that currently under the statute for violations of privacy, where pictures and other things are being taken of people in violation of their privacy, is not allowed to be charged any higher than a misdemeanor. And they would like the opportunity, if this is an ongoing thing with a particular individual, to increase that penalty. And that's what this bill does, is that if they believe that it is warranted, it can be elevated to a Class B felony.
Questions for Senator Gray? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today, Senator.
The question, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Senator Gray. Now, how do these violations of privacy, where there's a kind of like sexual violation, how do those work with the sex offenders registry? Are people who are found guilty of invading privacy set at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3? Thank you.
That would be a decision for the courts. I do not know the exact answer to that. Again, I don't think that if you're convicted of a misdemeanor, anything happens, but I certainly am not the authority on that.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for the senator? Seeing none, thank you again. And has Senator Daniels, has he been able to connect?
Representative Gordon, we are currently working with him to make sure he's able to get onto the meeting.
But you're not connected yet, Brad?
That's correct. He's not connected at the moment.
Then we'll call upon other people who are here on the list. Peter Miller. Those are people who pre-registered to testify. Mr. Miller, if you could raise your hand so we can identify you. Let's see. Linda Bundy. should be there. Ms. Bundy, can you hear us? You need to unmute. You're still muted.
I'm sorry. Good morning, Chairman Gordon and members of the committee. I'm Linda Bundy and I'm from Antrim. I'm speaking in support of SB 95. The pandemic has shone a light on inequities and oversights in our communities, but it has also illuminated new ways of working and participating in society. Video conferencing tools such as Zoom exemplify one of these changes. In our personal, professional, and civic lives, we have quickly become accustomed to communicating and interacting with others while staying at home. Citizen participation in legislative hearings has been open to a much wider population. People who are elderly, disabled, or health impaired can now observe and testify on bills important to them. Transportation to Concord or time limitations no longer have to be impediments to participation. I support the creation of a legislative committee to study remote access to meetings and make recommendations. My hope is that the committee will recommend the continuation of this access. New Hampshire prides itself on having a citizen legislature with significant input from constituents. Continuation of remote access to legislative hearings will move participation into the 21st century by assuring accessibility for the largest number of citizens. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bundy. Are there any questions for Ms. Bundy? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next person would be Todd Scully. Morning, Mr. Selig.
Good morning. My name is Todd Selig. I'm the administrator for the town of Durham, New Hampshire, and I'm accompanied this morning with Wayne Burton, who is the town council vice chairman here in Durham. I believe last evening, Representative Margie Smith shared with you the Durham Town Council Resolution 2021-09, which was passed unanimously by a 9-0 vote last night endorsing SB 95. Just a few thoughts for you on this bill. First, at the outset of this pandemic, we were very concerned about how virtual meetings would work. We put a lot of time and effort and investment into that, and ultimately they've worked well. Durham has a very long tradition of equity and inclusion and transparency, so we wanted to give our residents the fullest access to our public meetings and local officials during this pandemic time. Over time, our residents have become very familiar with the platform. In fact, we had a resident last night at our council meeting who at the outset of the pandemic struggled greatly to figure out how to unmute, how to talk into the microphone, where to look. Last night, this individual was right there in the meeting participating actively. And this was an individual who was older in years, so it was very successful. Some general benefits that I wanted to highlight for you. First is we believe that residents gain better access to public meetings with this virtual option. The second is virtual meetings are just plain more sustainable. There's no need to get in the car and drive to the town hall, or in your case, drive to Concord. You can participate virtually, which is positive. Third item is that it increases participation. Residents who have disabilities, illnesses, childcare or elder care issues, or residents or board members who are traveling can participate virtually, which has been very beneficial. The fourth point is inclement weather, no problem. With Zoom, you can zoom into the meeting and there's no need to brave the elements and take a risk on icy roads in the winter, or if there's a severe storm that comes through. And finally, in Durham, we've had no issues of fraud or abuse locally. It's worked very well. So I just wanted to close by saying that in this era of trying to increase and drive public public participation in local issues with dual career couples and many demands and distractions on people's time. We believe virtual meetings is an excellent additional tool in our proverbial local toolbox in the public process. We believe that this virtual platform is a public benefit here in Durham and for the state, and we hope we're able to continue to use it moving forward. Thank you very much. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Sutton? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. The next person to.
And Representative Gordon, Senator Daniels is now in the meeting.
So we would call upon Senator Daniels. Morning, Senator.
Good morning, members of the committee. This is Senator Daniels, District 11, representing the towns of Amherst, Milford, Wilton, and Merrimack. I am the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 95. Apologize, I couldn't find out how to unmute to begin with, so I've been trying to get in for 20 minutes. So the bill that before you that came amended from the Senate merged Part 1 and Part 2, which both had to do with virtual meetings. And we used Part 2 as the base for bringing that forward. The bill authorizes the public body to allow one or more members to participate in the meeting virtually. To hold a virtual meeting where one or more members are not in the same location, the meeting must comply with the statute in the right to know laws. If not all members are at the same location, public access must be by telephone, and it can be by additional media means, although it's not required as towns may not possess those means. If the meeting is virtual, public notice must be given on how the public can access the meeting just as is now. The notice to the public the notice to the public shall provide instructions on how to alert the public body if there are problems with accessing the meeting. And whether or not the meeting is virtual, all participants must be able to clearly communicate with each other. If the meeting is virtual, all members of the meeting must identify the location from which they're participating. If the meeting is virtual, all votes must be taken by roll call. And if the public is unable to access the meeting shall be adjourned. So you see, it's very much like what we are doing now, what we've been living with for the past few months. Just to quickly go through the bill, because it was amended in the Senate so that the bill will take effect upon passage, regardless of whether or not the state of emergency exists. And the continuation of virtual meeting authority will continue until July 1st, 2022. A study committee is established, which will be effective 60 days after passage to assess the virtual meeting policy enacted to monitor the practices and note any problems that are encountered. That study committee will produce a report on November 1st, 2021, and then be discontinued. Based on the study committee's report and recommendations, we can then bring forth legislation next year that will either address the deficiencies and repeal the July 1st, 2022 date of this bill, or just repeal the date if there are no deficiencies. If nothing is done, the authority will be discontinued and repealed on July 1st. I know one of the parts of the bill that has been a little bit confusing for people is Section 2 of Part 1. You'll see in there that the language is pretty much almost a duplicate of Section 1 of that bill. But I guess that's the way that it had to be drafted so that part 2 is the original language that is now in law. So if it's repealed, then it goes back to that language in part 2. And with that, I'll conclude my testimony. Apologize if I repeated a lot of what people have said, but we'll be willing to take any questions.
Are there any questions for the senator? Yes, President McLean.
So I'm sorry, Representative Daniels, but for the part you're testifying right before the study committee, you were garbled for us here in the committee room. I don't know about the folks remotely. So, so if you could go back before you were talking about the study committee and just repeat what you were saying about part 1 and how it would be implemented, because you were garbled here in the room.
Okay. Yes, just to let you know how things will happen is that the bill will take effect upon passage, but there is a date in there where it will be repealed on July 1st, 2022. So essentially, you know, we will be able to do the virtual meetings for about a year, but about 60 days after passage, a study committee is created to monitor the experiences of people using these virtual meetings, and they'll be taking note of any deficiencies and come out with a report on November 1st of 2021. Next year and next session, we will be able to take the result of that report, and we can fix or tweak as needed the experiences that we've been having or people have been having with the virtual meetings. So we will have the option of either addressing any deficiencies that come up and then repealing the July 1st date to allow virtual meetings to continue. Or if there are no deficiencies, we can just file a bill to take off the repeal date. If nothing is done, then the bill will automatically be repealed on July 1st, 2022.
Further questions?
Yeah, thank you for taking my follow-up question. So I think you're right. I am a little bit confused with part 1, between part 1 of part 1 and part 2 of part 1. So if I go and I look at part 1 of part 1, it pretty much says physical location is not required and there's no restrictions around that. But if I look at part 2 of part 1, going on to page 3, page 3, line 3, except in an emergency, a quorum of the public body shall be physically present. So, so are those in conflict, or am I just reading it wrong?
No, it's very confusing, and actually I had to check with legislative services to make sure there wasn't a problem. Section 2 of part 1, that part that you just read, is the original. That is the language in statute now. Okay, and if you look on page 3 on line 26.
Okay.
You'll see that it says section 2 of part 1 of this act shall take effect July 1st, 2022. Essentially what that says is that on July 1st, 2022, we will revert back to the current language, which is section 2.
So that's the sunset clause we were looking for. Okay, I got you.
That is the sunset. Yes, that is correct.
So,
Representative Lane?
so just one last follow-up. So then if this was not to pass and the emergency order ends, that basically terminates the ability for anybody to do remote meetings. Is that my understanding?
That I believe that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Yeah, and I would just add that you know, I heard a little bit of Mr. Selig's comments, and I would agree with them. I'm a selectman in the town of Milford, and when we had in-person meetings before COVID started, we'd be lucky if we had maybe 3 or 4 people show up to those meetings. We now have somewhere between 35 and 40 that regularly tune in. And while we have cable access TV, those on the other end could only watch what was going on. They couldn't participate. They can now participate by calling in. So it really is a win-win situation because it helps us as selectmen to educate the public as to what's going on, but it also helps the public because they can participate in the meetings.
Any other questions for Senator Daniels? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony today.
Thank you, folks.
Next person would be Jeannie Bowden.
Good morning, Chairman Gordon and members of the House Judiciary Committee. My name is Jean Bowden, and I am the town administrator in Belmont, New Hampshire. In March of 2020, the ability to conduct municipal government changed dramatically, catching many of us in smaller communities unprepared to deal with the safer at home restrictions and the reality that remote meetings and online services were going to be necessary. We had to purchase equipment and software options that would allow our boards, staff, and committees to meet securely. The creation of the Governor's Office for Emergency Relief and Response, which assisted in funding our equipment and software upgrades, was vital and truly provided us, the town, the ability to continue to meet our residents' needs. My select board was skeptical initially that the public would accept the remote meeting option. They were unsure that planning and zoning boards would be able to provide adequate plan review and feedback through a remote process. However, over the course of the following months, our town boards and committees became accustomed to the process, and we found that public participation increased. We successfully deliberated the development of the 2021 budget with the budget committee remotely, and each member of the committee felt the process went smoothly. We have resumed our in-person meetings as of this month. However, we are continuing to provide a link via Zoom for anyone not wishing to attend in person, and we hope to continue this option going forward. We urge members of the committee to support the bill as proposed, and I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bowden. Are there any questions for Ms. Bowden? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I know that we have a few more people to testify, but everybody who signed up to testify has signed up in favor of the bill. And no one has asked for more than 2 minutes. We have Representative Gilman, Julie Gilman.
Thank you, Chairman Gordon and members of the committee. I'm Representative Julie Gilman, Rockingham 18, representing Exeter. I am also a select woman in Exeter and have been since 2007. So I have seen this change in our meeting method really grow in the participation. I don't want to go into the details that everyone else has. I agree with Senator Perkins Coca, Mr. Selig, and Senator Daniels. We have seen a great amount of participation, and I can say over 14 years, great. And it's the visual as well as verbal aspect is much more successful in our conversations. One thing I would like to say about the larger participation is that we see more participation by people with families because the town cannot find a substantial or healthy way to do childcare during meetings of like the planning board or the various boards and commissions. So we don't get the people that are affected for a longer range of time because they're younger and perhaps cannot have a spouse that can watch children while they're participating in a meeting. So that's one of the big pluses for me, is that we can have a greater participation of volunteers, not just the general public. And in regards to the questions about the 91A, I would recommend an amendment to require written minutes as we do now, because those would be available in perpetuity and not depend on the method of recording that we're using. And the other is the privacy, whether or not people want to be seen on camera, that we have an option to ask for permission at the time that they're participating. As in this meeting, you could ask me, do I want to have my face on the screen, or would I like to remain just as a member participating remotely? And the last thing is about the transportation. And as you know, one of your members is in Kissimmee, Florida. So you would not have a larger participation in your committee without the option of being remote. For me, I have epilepsy, and the medication I take doesn't allow me to drive. So I would not be in Concord to be at this meeting unless Representative Page or Simpson gave me a ride. And then I would be subject to your calendar and would have to stay as all day or all morning as you are, depending on the schedule. And so that goes for all the members of the public that would like to speak. They can't take a day off to go to Concord. They can't take a morning off to go to Concord. And I think that we really, it's very positive result when you can either see people or hear from them directly, rather than the bazillion emails that we get on the various bills of interest. And I think that is it. I don't want to take up all your time. I would recommend that all votes be made by roll call if you choose to stay in a remote fashion. And that is it. Thank you very much. And I'm willing to take any questions.
Question? Yes, Representative Borg.
Mute myself. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative and Select Woman Gilman. Something that's created some controversy here in the House is that you have to have your camera on when you're doing the roll call vote. But am I correct in understanding that that's not universal with all bodies? Because some of them have been doing, all bodies that have remote votes, and so that is that in your opinion? So is that something? So, do you have any opinion on that issue?
Yes, I would agree with you that as we do here in the House, that if you're a participating member, that your face be on screen, because as well as the roll call vote, the members of the public have to see who is participating in the meeting and how, how and where you are. So
Okay,
yes, I agree with that.
Any other questions for Representative Gilman? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
The next person would be Jill Collins. Well, Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, are you there? Seems like we're having difficulty with that connection. So why? Doesn't indicate that she's muted, but we can't hear her for some reason.
Sorry.
Why don't we move on? We'll come back to Ms. Collins. Louise Spencer. Well, Ms. Spencer.
No, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Gordon, for having me here. and also to the members of the committee. So I am here to speak in support of SB 95, specifically those portions of the bill that speak to allowing remote participation in meetings. I am co-founder of a group called the Kent Street Coalition, which is an all-volunteer grassroots advocacy organization. I speak here on my own behalf, but maybe many of you have seen us in the halls of the State House back when we could do that. And the whole purpose of our group is really to promote engagement, citizen engagement in our democracy, particularly at the state level. So, and this is really part of a proud tradition in New Hampshire of robust citizen engagement. And I'm sorry, I was just seeing if I could take off my my picture and make myself live, but I don't see how to do that. But anyway, we have a proud tradition here in New Hampshire of citizen engagement, and this bill really underscores that commitment, and with a willingness to incorporate new and modern tools. And while we often were at the State House, many of us as retired people who live here in Concord, we were well aware of those who were not able to join us, those who were working, who have disabilities, who were taking care of sick family members or children, those who couldn't drive or otherwise who didn't have access to transportation. And while we would do our best to represent them and their voices, it's obviously not the same as people being able to be there and speak and participate themselves. There have not been many benefits of COVID, but learning that we could find new ways for people to participate in government was certainly one of those positives. And I think that we see evidence of that here this morning. A number of people have mentioned, that they would not have been able to be here, but for remote access. We also see it on the sign-in sheet where in times past, maybe there would have been 5 or 10 names on those blue sheets. 50 would have been considered a really large number. Here we have over 100 citizens who have added their voice and weighed in on this process. So we hope that the study committee will meet and see that this is something that enriches our civic life, and that we'll figure out ways to make this a permanent part of how we do self-government and self-governance, because we benefit when we can hear from all the voices who make up our community. So with that, I echo the words of much of what was said here today, and particularly value those people who are participating as elected members of city governments and town governments, and very appreciative of their service, willingness to be flexible in incorporating this new approach into the work that they do. It just speaks again to the great service that that so many people in this state do, whether it's serving in the legislature or serving in local government. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. There's Representative Sylvia, did you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. And I'm sorry to do this, but this will be would you believe that as a legislator, I would value those signatures on the blue sheet quite more highly than 100 phone in from all across the country?
May I answer that?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. So one of my big concerns is that we find a way through the remote sign-ins to make it very clear who is signing in as a New Hampshire voter or a New Hampshire resident versus people signing in from across the country. I think it's really My interest in this is really the ability of New Hampshire citizens and New Hampshire residents to participate in self-governance. So I would like to see those blue sheets, whether they be remote or whether they be in person, really providing opportunities for people to list their town and make it clear whether they are here to participate in New Hampshire self-governance or whether they are here weighing in with an opinion from out of state.
Thank you for answering my question. And I really value seeing your face in the legislative office building, along with others who are willing to do the hard work of showing up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Horgan. Need to unmute yourself.
And mute buttons are probably something we want if we ever get back to in-person meetings. Something that was an issue, well, probably more so at the legislature, just because of the way the LOB is set up, which isn't the case with Zoom, is that the room has essentially has enough room for everybody, so it's not a question of cramming into a small hearing room. So how do you so do you think that has changed? Do you think the fact that we have like a virtual room that has enough room for everybody, do you think that's changed the just sort of like who shows up at the hearings and so forth, and like just sort of like how they go?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to make sure I understand the question.
Just wondering if the makeup of the, if you found that the makeup of the hearings is perhaps changed somewhat just by the fact, not just by the fact that people don't, that just we're now meeting in rooms that are big enough to fit everyone who shows up, and we have like a blue sheet that's right there on the website rather than sort of hidden in the corner of the room that you have to fight a bunch of people off to get to. So if you found that.
I'm sorry. Yes, definitely. We see a much more diverse group of people who are able to be in those rooms, in those virtual rooms, in terms of, the people that can't take off a full day from work, but can take off an hour, or people who can be home with their children, people who have health-related concerns such as epilepsy or other reasons. Those people are now able to be present in the rooms. I would like to just step back to something that Representative Silva said. I agree there is also great value in in-person engagement and interaction. And so I don't see this as a substitute for that. In fact, I think it's one of the things right now we all are very much missing, because we know that when you can say hi to somebody across the room, or maybe in the cafeteria, share a cup of tea, or have those moments, it helps to break down some of the polarization that unfortunately we're dealing with right now. So I also think it does show a great deal of commitment for those who are able to come to the State House and participate in person. My concern is primarily for those people who that simply is not an option. And there are many, many people who fit that category. And I wouldn't want to assume that they're any less committed to the legislative process and to engaging in government than I am, who, where I happen to be able-bodied, have transportation, live fairly locally. I wouldn't want to make assumptions about those folks who aren't able to be here in person.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So we did hear a lot of testimony so far about the enhanced participation, but one of the things that the bill does, in addition to allowing individual members to participate remotely, the bill also allows for the waiving of a physical location altogether. So in that situation, as a person who's trying to drive engagement, there might be people that are on the fringes that maybe don't have access to technology or whatever, but because there's no physical location whatsoever, while other people have increased opportunity for participation, maybe those people have reduced opportunity for participation. So as a person who works to drive engagement, how would you approach that kind of scenario?
I thank you for that question, and I think you make a very good point. Again, this is all about removing whatever barriers exist to full participation in our democratic form of government. And we know, for example, that broadband is an issue in the North Country. And we also know that some people just, quite frankly, are better suited to in-person locations. So I would favor, whenever possible, having a hybrid model. I think that that's one of the things that the committee would be well advised to look at. And I would, hesitate to move into a system of, where it's all remote all the time. There may be reasons on occasion where a physical location doesn't make sense, whether it be due to weather or another health emergency or something of that sort. But in general, personally, I would absolutely favor having the option for people to be able to show up in person.
Thank you.
And to remove whatever barriers that prevent that, as you mentioned, in terms of any technological barriers. And I would hope that any physical spaces that we do have, that we make sure that those are fully accessible, so that, if someone with a disability wants to come in person, that there are things like wheelchair ramps or, or other things that don't get in the way or that promote access and that don't create barriers for people with disabilities, for example.
Thank you for your testimony today. And the next person to testify would be Kate Horgan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Kate Horgan. I serve as the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Association of Counties. I won't repeat what others have said. I will just simply state that the association does support this bill in regards to the electronic meetings. We think it's a smart way to do it. We were involved with Senator Daniels and Senator Perkins-Quokka in drafting the legislation, especially around the sunset provision in the study committee. We have seen increased participation in county meetings, and we don't believe that COVID is going away anytime soon. So just giving us that extra flexibility for a year while we look to see if things, how things can be improved to increase participation in the future, we think is a strong way to approach this. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions from Ms. Horgan? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ryan Donnelly.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
You can.
Excellent, thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Ryan Donnelly. I'm an advocacy coordinator with Granite State Independent Living. GSIL is a statewide nonprofit organization that advocates and provides services for seniors and people with disabilities who wish to remain independent in their homes and communities. And I'm speaking to you today in support of SB 95. And I'll try not to repeat anything that's already been said, but I do want to emphasize that remote access to public meetings benefits all New Hampshire citizens who wish to engage with their government and community, and even more so for seniors and people with disabilities who often face significant barriers to participating in person, such as lack of public and accessible transportation, need for personal care services, and compromised health. For many, the only way they can attend and participate in public hearings, meetings, and briefings is remotely via phone, video streaming, and video conferencing. This technological ability to connect with their government and community makes the difference between being heard and not being heard for many seniors and people with disabilities in New Hampshire. With this in mind, we hope that the members of this committee will choose to support SB 95 and allow for continued remote access to public meetings in our state. Thank you.
Any questions from Mr. Donnelly? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next person would be Natch Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Natch Graves with the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We do support this bill. Like the Association of Counties, we were involved in assisting Senator Daniels, Senator Perkins Quokka, and the other sponsors in the Senate on this bill. I won't repeat what you've heard today. You've heard a lot of support across the board from various organizations, including municipal organizations, and I think they pretty clearly explained why we support this bill. The only thing I would like to address is there was a comment made about a proposal for an amendment requiring minutes. Minutes are already required for any public meeting. This bill would not change that. So whether a meeting is held remotely or in person, minutes would be required. I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions for yes, Representative Macbeth, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Graves, for taking my question. An earlier representative mentioned, I think from the counties, that elected representatives were also grateful for this opportunity because they felt like they could educate the public. And, I guess they said they were getting 35 people participating as opposed to 3 or 4. And that hadn't occurred to me before. So I'm just wondering, are your members seeing that too, that it's not just the input from the public, but it's also a way to educate the public and, bring them around?
That's correct. So I've spoken to probably 20 or 30 municipalities over the past year that have just spontaneously said how much they like remote meetings, mainly because of that public participation. As you heard from Senator Daniels, you went from having 3, 4, 5 people who normally attend to 30 or 40, huge increases in participation. People who don't normally participate, whether they be elderly, whether they be disabled, whether they be parents with young children, across the board, there are a lot of things to like about the ability to participate remotely. And people can actually learn what their local government is doing, make sure that they know what their local government is doing, and as appropriate, hold those officials accountable in the voting booth.
Thank you very much.
Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, Mr. Grace. With your membership, how do you see use of the remote breaking down currently? Do you see most people using hybrid approaches? Do you see a heavy use of fully remote? I guess amongst your membership, what do you see as the kind of breakdown currently?
I think it's very tailored to what municipality you're talking about. So more rural areas with less internet access are much less likely to use remote meetings simply because they understand it's more difficult for people to participate, including members of the board and members of the public. At the same time, very connected communities, especially those along the I-93 corridor in southern New Hampshire, more likely to use them simply because that's what they can do. It also relates to, I think, any sort of concerns that they have in their communities about COVID. As you've looked at the map over the past year, I'm sure you've seen some communities are more affected than others, and that's certainly something that's been taken under consideration by municipal officials making these decisions.
Thank you. Any other questions? Attorney Graves? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're going to go back and give Jill Collins another try if we can. See if we can connect.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Good.
Okay, sorry, I had a little technical difficulty there. I'm Jill Collins. I'm with the town of Hinsdale, and I'm the town administrator, and thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. Virtual meetings have become essential to the town of Hinsdale. We've been doing virtual meetings for the past year. At first, we started off just having remote meetings, but we did open up to what you would call hybrid meetings, where the board is, a majority of the board is present, as far as the select board is present, and the planning board has gone pretty much present also. And the virtual meetings have been really well with working with the public. It has increased our numbers of participation. We're allowed to actually share documents over the screen with the public that are being acted on by board members. And I don't want to repeat what everybody else has said, but I do really enjoy having, I'm the Zoom person, so I set up the Zoom meetings for everybody. So I really do enjoy having the Zoom meetings because of the fact that we are getting the participation. We do record the meetings, and we also do minutes of all our meetings. So those are some of the questions that came out that I could answer for you. With that being said, if you have any questions, please ask.
Any questions for Ms. Collins? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
That concludes the list of people who pre-registered to speak here today. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak here today that has something to add that we haven't heard, perhaps? Asma Elhuni?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Asma Al-Huni. I am the Movement Politics Director for Rights and Democracy New Hampshire, and I'm just calling in to just speak and say that I'm in favor of SB 95 because I support more access to civic engagement by the public. I live in Lebanon, New Hampshire, and it's in our best interest to have remote possibility for people to be able to participate, just to overcome the hurdles that would keep them from coming forth if like, for example, time and disability as being hurdles. When there is a possibility to give people more access to.
Oops. It's my fault. Could she unmute?
Oh, I'm sorry. Was I muted?
I think that was my fault. I'm sorry. Just briefly.
Yeah, just whenever possible, it's when we can give people access to the democratic the democratic process, the better. And I think it's vital that people keep government in check, and this is one way to allow people to do that. So I'm just here to speak in support of this important bill that promotes a more democratic process. And the more ways we reach and engage people, the healthier and more democratic we become. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Elhuni, just so we can keep our minutes accurate, who do you represent?
Yes, Rights and Democracy, New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
And we have Russell Dean, who wishes to testify.
Okay, I believe I'm unmuted now.
You are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Russell Dean, and I'm the town manager in Exeter. We're testifying in favor of the bill SB 95. I just wanted to make a few quick points. One is that in the virtual space, small meeting rooms that are undersized for in-person meetings are becoming as large as the entire town in the virtual space. So that's a money saver for us. Also, with multiple meetings you can attend that are running concurrently, you can attend remotely. So that's a benefit as well. And just the final point is that regionalism has really been enhanced by the virtual meeting space. We did a lot of work on the Great Bay and that issue, and it was done virtually in a better way than, excuse me, than we could have done in person. So just wanted to make those points, and thank you for the chance to speak. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Dean? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And the last person who has their hand up is Dr. Betty Bogdan.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much.
and Chairman Gordon and members of the committee. My name is Betty Bogdan, and I reside in Chichester. I currently serve at the pleasure of the New Hampshire Board of Nursing as the chair of the all-volunteer Practice and Education Committee. We meet monthly, and we have been using Zoom as our meeting space. What we do as that Practice and Education Committee is we take concerns that are submitted to the Board of Nursing from nurses, LPNs, LNAs, RNs, and the general public throughout the state. And we research and we find that evidence-based practice, best model, best practice, so that we can better inform the Board of Nursing to make their decisions. What we see allowing us to utilize this format of Zoom, we have the ability now to have wonderful members from Lebanon, North, people that couldn't attend these meetings when they were in Concord, right? Because of that drive down after a long day at work. So it's really opened up that ability to better represent the state and eliminating those geographical boundaries. I can't really think of anything. I'm in support of everything everyone else has said. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Are there any questions for Dr. Bogdan? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. And that concludes the testimony on Senate Bill 95. I don't know if the committee would like to take just a brief break before we begin our next hearing.
45 minutes.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is we're just going to take a 10-minute break and just to get just a short break, and then we'll begin our hearing on Senate Bill 126. Thank you.
Okay.
We reconvene the House Judiciary Committee, and we'll open the hearing on Senate Bill 126. I just know that there were 56 people who pre-registered in support, one person registered in opposition, and 10 people pre-registered to testify today. Everyone who registered to testify in support of the bill. There was no we're not expecting any testimony in opposition today. So with that, we'll begin by calling the primary sponsor of the bill. That's Senator Perkins Boca.
Good morning, Chairman, again.
Good morning.
For the record, I am Senator Rebecca Perkins Quokka from Senate District 21, representing the city of Portsmouth and the towns of Madbury, Lee, Durham, Newington, Newmarket, and Newfields. I'm the prime sponsor of 126 FN and also the prime sponsor of both parts 1 and 2 of that bill. Part 1 is intended to provide some protection to tenants given the high prevalence of COVID-related job loss. Under statutes, tenants have a 7-day notice period for non-payment for eviction. After the 7-day period, landlords often commence eviction proceedings if they deem the circumstances to warrant it, simply due to the amount of time it takes to evict. This bill would simply allow the tenant to make full payment for its rent in arrears up to the date of the eviction hearing. In such a case, the eviction proceedings would be ended and the tenant could remain in their home. It makes sense for landlords to keep tenants who can pay, and I think any landlord here today or otherwise would tell you they agree. It is extraordinary situations which cause us to look at ways we can make some small tweaks to give each other a little extra room to do the best we all can. This bill does not extend the time for eviction overall. Part 2 of the bill enables residents to apply for and receive rental assistance prior to an eviction notice being issued. This would allow people to receive help before an eviction process begins. Often, when tenants apply for assistance, adding an inspection by the municipality is an extra step prior to tenants receiving such assistance, which in turn allows them to pay rent. In an ideal world, such inspection would always be a check-the-box requirement, but in cases where repairs are required by a landlord, he or she may need time to make such investments, and the tenant is left without control over the situation, without aid, and potentially without housing. I think we would all agree we want people to remain in their homes, as it is well known that keeping someone in their home is a more humane solution and allows them to focus on their work and their family. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to present SB 126. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for the senator? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. And Senator Birdsell also signed up to testify today. She is available. Yep. Morning, Senator.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I had Grant Boss who was going to interject for me, but I am the prime sponsor of Part 3, and just wanted to run by this piece of legislation was brought to me by the Commission on Human Rights. They do a lot of work for, basically this piece of, this Part 3 brings the state of New Hampshire in line with the requirements of HUD. In the past, what's been happening is the work that the Human Rights Commission does has not been, the federal government has not been compensating the Human Rights Commission for the work they're doing. This piece of legislation will put us in line with HUD and therefore allow the Human Rights Commission to get reimbursed from the federal government. And that is basically it. The executive director of the Human Rights Commission should be speaking a little bit down the road, and she'll go into detail on the requirements.
Okay, thank you. Are there
Thank you.
any questions for Senator Birdsell? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony, Senator.
Thank you.
Have Elliot Berry.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Elliot Berry. I'm the Director of Housing Justice at New Hampshire Legal Assistance. It's a pleasure to be back before you, especially on a bill where apparently everybody agrees that it is the prototype win-win situation. Again, just to be really clear, under current law, as a number of you know already, if a tenant gets an eviction notice, they generally have 7 days to pay, for non-payment of rent. They basically have 7 days to solve that, to cure the non-payment. And if they don't, there's no right to continue to pay and stay. This bill extends that until the date of the hearing, but it also says that if the tenant cures the non-payment after the landlord-tenant writ has been filed, the part of the cure is that the tenant also has to pay the filing fee and the service costs associated with that the landlord incurred when he filed the eviction action. As was already mentioned, it adds no time to the process. And the great thing right now is I think a number of you probably know that the federal government has provided millions of dollars to the state in order to help tenants who were adversely affected by COVID to catch up on their rent. However, and I think it's being administered well, but nobody gets payment within 7 days. It's going to take much longer, and this will provide the tenant with the time they need. Even when COVID is over, local welfare administrators and charities will get much more time to deal with these emergency situations. And I think it's a pleasure, and I'm really pleased that there is so much support for this bill. And I don't want to be presumptuous, but I certainly appreciate the support that I know many of you will give it. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Attorney Berry? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Nick Norman.
I didn't see an unmute button. Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay, awesome. So this is one of those bills where it's a pleasure to be before you with everyone in agreement. Before the Senate finished on this bill, it was negotiated through, and the troublesome parts that were, at least for us, were troublesome were taken care of. We had meetings with Elliot Berry. We had meetings with the director of the Human Rights Commission. And both landlord and tenant communities are in agreement with this bill as it stands, as it came from the Senate. The part one, as you heard, would change it so that the tenants would have until the court hearing to pay what they owe, but what they would have to do at that point is to pay all lawful charges owed to that point. So in simple language there is that it would make landlords whole. So if the tenant makes the landlord whole by the time of the hearing, it's totally reasonable that they would stay in their location. The provisions that some of you may know that could be loosely termed fourth strike, you're out, that remains. So if a tenant was constantly behind and used this clause 3 times in a 12-month period, on the 4th time, then it would become the option for the landlord to say, even if you're paying up, we still would rather not continue. It's true that this does not add any time to the total eviction cost, whether it was existing law or with this change. The timetable the full timetable is the same. So part 2 is really simple. It just says that the welfare departments giving rental assistance cannot hold back giving that assistance if the tenant doesn't have an eviction notice. We think that's a good thing. In present law, occasionally you have a welfare department that says we're not going to entertain giving assistance to a tenant unless they come to us with an eviction notice, which just seems silly. Like they're going to get assistance so they don't get evicted. And in practice, we've had many times where tenants trying to get assistance, and then we have to give them an eviction notice so they can go to the town to get that assistance. It just seems like an unnecessary delay and needless eviction notices. Part 3 is all about bringing New Hampshire discrimination law language to be the same as federal language. We did have a big meeting with the Director of Human Rights and our real estate core team specialist that specializes in discrimination law, poured through it fairly well with a fine-tooth comb. The things that were changing New Hampshire law were removed. So all that's left here is bringing New Hampshire law into compliance with federal law. When I say changing New Hampshire law, I guess I should say changing the entire picture between federal and state. With the bill as it is now, the total picture of the discrimination law is not changing, but New Hampshire's language is now mirroring federal language. That just makes it easier for everybody involved in the process to have one set of rules, guidelines, language to deal with. I'd be very, very happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Norman? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
There is Ani Malachi.
Good morning, and thank you. Can you hear me, everyone?
We can hear you fine.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Chairman Gordon and members of the Judiciary Committee. Excuse me. My name is Ani Malachi. I am the Executive Director of the Commission for Human Rights. The Commission certainly is in support of SB 26 and would ask that the committee would support this bill as amended. This piece of legislation, as others have spoken, specifically Part 3, is needed to allow the Commission to begin the contracting process with HUD. Upon approval, this work share agreement would reimburse the Commission for work that it does already and elements completed. This work is something that the Commission currently does, and there are some language changes which Nick Norman specified that are addressed in this bill to allow the state of New Hampshire to be what is called substantially equivalent with the Federal Fair Housing Act. And as Mr. Norman pointed out, and Mr. Berry, there were several meetings had with various stakeholders to explain and improve upon the original bill, and through the addition of an amendment, addressed the concerns that the stakeholders had. I think that encapsulates basically everything. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Malachi? I'm sorry I didn't do a very good job with your name at the beginning.
That is okay.
Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Brandon LeMay.
Yes. Oh, sorry about that. Hello, everybody. My name is Brandon LeMay. I am representing Rights and Democracy. I am the housing justice organizer for them. I'm here speaking in favor of Senate Bill 126. I really don't want to reiterate what's already been said. And I think I just want to emphasize, I don't really think that this bill is controversial to anybody because it benefits both tenants and landlords alike. Making it easier for folks to access assistance before receiving an eviction notice is a great step to ensure that residents can stay in their homes and that landlords can get the income at the same time. Simply put, I just think that this is a win-win. And as it's been stated, Part 3 just makes sure that our codes are in line with other states and the federal government, ensuring that we can have access to vital federal funds. And as we all know, tackling the housing crisis in New Hampshire will require some of these federal funds. So I think I'm just going to wrap that up. I don't want to, again, state what's already been stated. So I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, your brief testimony. Are there any questions? Mr. LeMay? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
The next person is Martha Stone.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I hear you fine.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Gordon and the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I'll try to be brief this morning and not repeat some of the comments made by other folks. I'm speaking to you this morning wearing two hats. I am both the executive director of Crossroads House, one of our state's homeless shelters for individuals and families. I am also speaking to you as a member of Housing Action New Hampshire. I speak, as many others have already, in favor of SB 126. I certainly support the opportunity for any tenant to make payments to be able to catch up, and as others have said, make a landlord whole before they are actually in a position where they're losing their housing unit. From my perspective as the director of an emergency shelter, once someone is evicted and becomes homeless, if they don't have anywhere to go, it's extraordinarily difficult to get back into a new apartment, both because they may have an eviction on their record, but also just because, as I'm sure you're well aware, the rental housing stock is very, very low. In our region, we have a 1% vacancy rate and the prices are sky high. So everything we can do to support tenants to be able to catch up on their rent is definitely a great strategy because as we see, once people have been forced to move out of their apartments, the lengths of stay that we're finding in shelters in our state is rising, as are the number of people experiencing homelessness. Excuse me. In addition, we're getting very close to the end of the eviction moratorium that ends on June 30th. And so we're already starting to see, we anticipate there could be a surge in those who are potentially going to be evicted, and this new policy would allow more people the opportunity to take advantage of the federal resources that you've heard about as well that are available to be able to catch up on their rent. So as we start to see an increase already in the landlord-tenant eviction cases, this certainly would be a helpful policy. And I think the rest people have already said. I just wanted to also add that Housing Action New Hampshire also supports Part 2 so that welfare support is able to flow without requiring notices of eviction. So that's it. Again, wearing both my hats from an emergency shelter provider and as a member of Housing Action New Hampshire. And I thank you for allowing me this time.
Representative Macbeth, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Stone, for taking my question. You mentioned that the evictions, or once someone's homeless, the length of stay is longer. It impacts the length of stay. What's negative about the length of stay? What are the fallout from that?
So I've been tracking our length of stay at our shelter, and it's significantly increased by more than 20% over the past 5 or 6 years. We're up to 103 days is the average. So we have some people that are, some people who stay in a shelter may come in just literally for a couple of days. They're in, they're out. They're not really seeking our full array of supportive services. But those who come and engage and get case management and are actually looking to get back on their feet and back in an apartment, it can take months and months and months with the waiting lists for public housing being lengthy. But to answer your question, the negative impact of an increased length of stay is that for every person that has to stay in an emergency shelter, they're taking up a bed that is not available for the next person who needs it. And so, especially given our COVID restrictions, last night we had 66 people sleeping at our shelter. We've been averaging more like 70 to 80 during COVID. But a year ago, March, when the pandemic hit, we had 120 people in our shelter. And we were able to kind of pack people in, if you will, which is not the most humane thing to do, but it's better than sleeping outside. But all emergency shelters in the state are still limited in our ability to utilize all of our space due to COVID restrictions. So every night that a bed is occupied by someone because they can't get into housing, it's not available to someone else. And our ability to flex to get more people in is still limited. So I hope that answers your question. If not, I'm happy for a follow-up.
No, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Di Lorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Stone, for taking my question. I just wanted to ask you about your shelter population. Does your shelter serve families and individuals? Thank you.
Yes, it does. We have separate dorm rooms for single men, single women, and we have separate spaces for families as well. And we are still housing some of our families and individuals at our shelter, and we continue to keep a few people using local motel rooms, which was a strategy we employed during COVID to increase our capacity to meet the need. But yes, we do shelter both families and individuals, and we have infants through teenagers at any given time. I believe we have 18 children right now.
Thank you. And thank you for your work.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. Stone? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next, we call upon Sarah Holland.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. My name is Sarah Holland. I am the broker and owner of a real estate firm located in Plymouth. I'm also the vice chair of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors Public Policy Committee. I'm here today to voice NHAR's support for Section 3 of Senate Bill 126. The Realtors worked with the Human Rights Commission to craft an amendment to the Senate Bill 126 prior to the hearing in the Senate. Those changes added definitions and clarified discriminatory acts which aligned with existing federal laws. All of our questions and concerns were dealt with in that amendment, so we fully support the passage of that section. In the past, our industry has played a regrettable role in perpetuating discrimination in the home buying process. While much work has been accomplished over the past decades, such as ending redlining and discriminatory restrictive covenants, we still have a long way to go. RSA 354A is an important part of the state's ongoing effort to eliminate discrimination in real estate. We want to especially thank Director Malachi of the Human Rights Commission for her willingness to work with our association in drafting the Senate amendment. Much of what you see in SB 126 is already contained in the federal fair housing laws, as others have said. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Holland? Seeing none, thank you for testifying today.
Thank you.
Lindsay Lincoln.
Good morning. My name is Lindsay Lincoln. I am an attorney and co-director of the Fair Housing Project at New Hampshire Legal Assistance. Since everything I was going to say has been covered, I will pass my time, but appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your brief testimony. And the next person would be Notch Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Graves from the New Hampshire Municipal Association. I don't believe commentary on our part is necessary at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the people who pre-registered to testify today. Is there anyone else who is in attendance who wishes to testify today? If there is, please raise your hand so we can identify you. It's Asma Elhouni.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, I may have been the person to register in opposition to this bill, and if so, I'm just changing to support so that you'll have all people. I didn't realize the nature of the bill. Was that my name that registered in opposition?
You are not the person who registered in opposition.
Okay, I apologize. All right, so just here to say I definitely support this. I volunteer with mutual aid in the Upper Valley, and I see a need for this bill. It's good for tenants, it's good for landlords, it's just a good bill in general. And I'm speaking as a resident of New Hampshire and not for Rights and Democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands raised at this point in time, we'll close the hearing on Senate Bill 126. And at this point in time, we're scheduled to reconvene at 1 o'clock today for executive session on three bills, excuse me. And so we'll recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you. With all this time.
Yep.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon, Paul.
Hello, all.
You all have your copies?
We have copies.
So it says that one pile is a complete set. So like I'm supposed to grab all of these?
Yes.
Okay. And then all of these?
No.
No?
So I think it's just. No, maybe it is, yeah.
Is this the same as that?
Yeah, there's like,
Okay, so that pile is for him.
yeah, there's like 8 amendments. Right here?
Yeah,
That sounds pretty complicated.
it is. It's very complicated. I don't understand this.
I thought it was gonna be quick. I just follow.
I know, that's what I'm, each pile, well, there's not enough here.
Oh, mine too?
There's not enough. Can you, you want to sit by me so we can?
No, I.
We just follow the flag.
That's what I was told.
That's pretty pressurizing.
Already. Ready, pressure in. Okay. Okay. Uh-oh.
Feedback.
Okay. I'll call this meeting of the House Judiciary Committee back to order. We're scheduled this afternoon for an executive session. 3 bills. Senate Bill 41, Senate Bill 143, and Senate Bill 134. We will do our best to complete our executive session on each of those bills today. If in fact we did have to carry over on the schedule for a further executive session next week. And I note that we've been joined by Representative Murner, who's here filling in today, substituting for Representative Silver. And that was duly noted in advance by the House Speaker's Office, Majority Office. And unless there's other formalities to deal with, we'll move on to addressing Senate Bill 41.
Representative Alexander.
Mr. Chair, if I can, just apologize to the committee for missing the public hearings this morning. I had something else going on already, but thank you. Thank you for having me.
Glad you're here this afternoon. So the first bill is Senate Bill 41 relative to police disciplinary hearings. I note that we only heard from one speaker on the bill, and that was from the lead attorney, Bissonette. In fact, the primary sponsor didn't appear that day. Representative Klein, you heard?
Oh, I was going to make a motion when you're ready.
Yeah, feel free.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to retain SB 41 and speak to that motion. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So when the ACLU came in and they testified on this bill, they supported the bill. And there's a lot that's good about it for a transparency point of view. However, they did recommend retention because there was a parallel bill, HB 471, that was going through, and they felt that the language was cleaner there. One of the questions that we had was, when you make a petition, who was it made to? That wasn't specified in SB 41, and it is in HB 471. So I just would ask that we retain the bill until we understand the ultimate fate of HB 471.
And what I should have asked, was there a second to a motion to retain? Seconded by Representative Wolper. And is there any other discussion? Yes, Representative Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of puzzled, since there was no objection to the bill, why we need to retain it, or what would really be gained by spending summertime working on it. The question that my good friend just raised as to who should be petitioned, as referred to in line 6 of the bill, it would seem fairly obvious, at least to me, that if there's a disciplinary hearing and one of the parties has a request, it would go to the person or persons conducting the hearing, and they would ask that a decision be made on closure. So I think the bill is pretty clear as to what is required, and I think there's, at least from my perspective, no problem if we just pass this bill.
Representative Wolper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, with all due respect, it may make no difference if we pass it, but it'll make no difference if we retain it. We sent a good bill to the Senate. We don't need to be hassling over 2 separate bills to deal with the same thing. So let's just hassle over one, and we can retain this if something could happen and 471 somehow doesn't go all the way through, and we'll still have it to work on and make any correction we need to for next year. Well, why not? This gives us 2 shots at it. If we retain it, we only get 1 if we pass it.
Any other discussion? I do recall I had asked some questions about the bill, and I remember Attorney Bissonnette indicated that the other bill, House Bill 471, was clearer, and one was, I know one of the questions was, it mentions confidential information, but it doesn't define confidential information in this bill. And it uses the term compelling interest, but it doesn't explain what might create a compelling interest. And it also doesn't specify in here who actually makes the decision as to whether there's a compelling interest. So I think that was, and he indicated that he thought House Bill 471 was clearer, and that we should retain the bill. Representative Birch.
In view of the comments made by my colleagues here, I will withdraw my objection or point of view as to retaining. It's fine by me to retain it.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, the motion is to retain Senate Bill 41. And Representative Wolper, do you want to take the roll?
On retaining House Bill 471, Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Try and get my video. There we go. Yes.
Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Tosh. Representative Tosh. Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative Smith. Representative Smith.
Muted.
I'll come back. Representative Birch.
Yes.
Representative Oregon.
Yes.
Representative Di Lorenzo.
Yes.
Representative Chase. Representative Chase from Florida.
Yep, she's there.
We're having trouble hearing. I'm not sure who was called.
Representative Chase is on the hook right now, but I'm about to skip to Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Langley.
Yes.
Representative Macbeth.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Representative Simpson.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Tosh. Chairman Wood.
Yes.
Representative Tosh. Not here. Okay. Representative Smith.
Yes.
Okay. Makes it 20, 1 absent, 20-0.
Yes.
Can I just the
Oh,
reason
wait.
I didn't know
That is actually correct. Representative Chase, you here?
Not here.
She's not here. That makes it not here. That makes it 19.
19-0.
Yep.
Representative.
Yes, Mr. Clerk, I didn't know that you called Lindsay Township and it's pronounced couch.
House?
Couch.
Okay. She hasn't told me that.
I wish you very shy.
I sent a lot of roll calls.
I know.
Representative Macbeth.
Thank you. I just, the audio is very garbled. It's very difficult to hear. It sound, I think it's every one of you that was just talking, couldn't understand. Thank you.
Wow.
As I'm speaking right now, is it clear?
That was much better. Thank you.
We'll move on to Senate Bill 143, which is an omnibus bill dealing with certain agency requests. And the plan, I think the plan is to go through part by part, because I know there are amendments relative to certain parts in the bill. The first part being appointment of counsel for a minor in a juvenile delinquency proceeding. I know that there have been a couple different amendments offered. And Representative Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my first question is a bit procedural. I do have an amendment to present and would offer, which is 1267H. I don't know if there is going to be an amendment which has a Senate heading on it from Senator Carson. In some respects, it's better to compare and contrast the two from my perspective, rather than have two separate consecutive arguments. The number on her bill or amendment is 0969S, and I'm not sure procedurally whether that can even be introduced.
Can't take us an amendment. Okay. My clerk tells me that we can't take a Senate amendment.
All right. In that case, I will speak to 1267, but first I would move its admission.
Okay. And just.
Oh.
Did you
So
have
I thought we could offer, as long as somebody from the committee offered the amendment.
That was, I think that was our understanding, that if somebody from the committee offered the amendment, then it was in its text that it would be satisfactory. Do you, yeah.
So it would be my opinion, and that's all it is, that if we agree to the language of the amendment, we can agree to the amendment pending its number change. But yes, we can't, officially, we cannot put an S amendment, Senate amendment. But if we agree that's what we want to do, and we just have to recess the hearing until we get an actual House bill number.
Is, I guess I'm looking to the committee. What I can do is I can have this sent over. I'll have the researchers send it over and convert it into a House amendment. And then we'll come back to part one if you'd like to do that. Does that make sense?
I think it does.
And I apologize if I messed up, so. So do we want to skip part one? We'll come back to part one. Would that be okay with everyone?
Yeah, that's
fine. We all.
Okay, part two, relative to recovery of unauthorized payments by the state. Is there an amendment by anyone?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, wait a minute. Oh, Lordy. I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to move Amendment 1252H.
We'll start to the bill.
Right, and that.
Life is coming to an end. Wait 1 second. I apologize to the committee. Naturally, this happens just at the crucial moment that I'm somehow on two different appliances. Has there been a second to this amendment?
Is there a second to the amendment?
I'll second it.
Okay, I think I saw Representative Macbeth's hand first.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I strongly ask that you support this amendment, which removes Section 2, Part 2, excuse me, from this bill. The department has a special investigations unit. The unit has 11 employees, full-time, 1 part-time, and a cost of about $990 million a year. Currently, state law allows recovery only from future grants. This section will require a recipient of public assistance to pay the department back for what the department determines are unauthorized payments made to that person in the past. The term unauthorized is an interesting term. In fact, the department authorized the payments, and that's why the payments were made. Subsequent investigation raised questions about the payments. In some cases, it might be that the recipient filled out a form incorrectly or did not know that they had to reapply every year. In some cases, the department made a mistake in calculating the payment. The department made the mistake in calculating the payment. This is the department's reasoning of why they want to be able to seek money retroactively. I was told that if a person's been able to do everything that is expected of him or her and is able to withdraw from receiving any public assistance because they are now earning money, that is the time to ask them to repay a mistaken payment. The mistake might have been made by the recipient and it might have been made by the department. So at the very time that the recipient has been able to do exactly what we want them to do, has been able to get a job and barely pull themselves out and above the line of being able to support themselves, at that very moment, that's when the department would swoop in and ask for repayment. And the reasoning is because that's the time when they might have the money. Of course, by doing this, it's very possible that the recipient will then fall below the line again and have to start the process all over of trying to get back on his or her feet. Might make sense to you. It doesn't make sense to me. They have a program they refer to as FRED, Front End Detection. I love those cute names for programs. About half the money they take credit for falls into this category, which they refer to as cost avoidance. In other words, this is money that they have not spent, cost avoidance, but where they have caught errors before payment was made. I asked how much related to errors in calculations made by the department, rather than misstatements made by the potential recipient. They could not answer that question. I asked how much money was categorized as general fund dollars rather than total dollars. They could not answer that question. Other than cost avoidance, as discussed above, the amount they collect is about the same, perhaps a little less, as they spend on salaries and benefits. I do not have the figure on how much they spend in other categories in the budget. I do not believe that anyone who deliberately misrepresents their financial circumstances should be protected. Legitimate procedures should be followed to collect money for which the recipient was not eligible. But if the department is responsible for the error, then I do not think the recipient should be punished. I want to remove Section 2 that adds the ability to go after someone no longer receiving aid, and I hope you will support me. I believe that government plays an important role in a democratic society, but I do not believe that government should have unlimited power, and I hope you agree with me on that. If in the fullness of time, the department is able to provide better explanation of this program and make sure that the guilty are in fact held guilty and the innocent are protected, then I would be the first one to support the effort. But today, I really hope you will agree with me that this section is not ready for prime time, and I would ask you to support the amendment which removes Part 2 from the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging me.
Any discussion? Yes. Representative Chase.
Hi, yes, and thank you very much. And I'm sorry, it's not discussion, but I wanted to let Representative Walper know that I am on and able to vote. Thank you.
Yes, Representative McLean.
Yeah, I'm going to support Representative Smith's amendment. It's a tough call for me because I'm not a fan of fraud, especially in programs like this where, are we recording again? So, and I don't want people to perceive that I favor fraud, but I think that, you know, where there's an opportunity for the departments to be in error, and especially in the middle of a pandemic, where I know I've had calls from multiple constituents, including a disabled veteran, where they've been caught up in a whole bunch of administrative errors, and I've had to speak to department heads and commissioners. I really think that this is not the time to be doing it. In the case of true fraud, as Representative Smith said, there are other tools available, and so we need to be pursuing fraud. We have to hold people accountable, but we have to temper that accountability with a little bit of mercy, and so I'm going to be supporting her amendment.
Any other discussion? Yes, Representative Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too would support Representative Smith's amendment and wanted to express my concern with the department's efforts to recoup money from people as they begin to stabilize their lives and become productive citizens. As Representative McLean just stated, I also do not support fraud, but when you look at the numbers that were provided by the department, the department recouped less than what it cost them to investigate the people that were alleged to have committed the fraud. So I think the numbers spoke for themselves. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. Seeing no further discussion, we have an amendment proposed, which is 2021-1252H. You can call the roll, Mr. Clerk.
On amendment 1252H to Senate Bill 143, removing Part 2. McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia. Representative Sylvia.
No.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Tausch. Not here, I forgot. Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Burke.
Yes.
Representative Oregon.
Yes.
Representative Di Lorenzo.
Yes.
Representative Chase. No, you're there.
Yeah. Sorry, you can't hear me. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, yes, yes. Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Langley.
Yes.
Representative Macbeth.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Representative Simpson.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Vote being 19-1, motion carries. Pass.
Okay, the amendment has passed and I guess we were open to, at this point in time, I guess since it removes that section, there's no need for further amendments. Move on to part 3.
What was the vote on that, Representative Wolper?
19-1.
19-1.
19-1.
Okay, part 3, relative to alternative dispute resolution. Any proposed amendments to that?
I should have one. What? Yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh, maybe it's, sent. So, Mr. Chairman,
Does somebody want to,
I did that a long time ago.
Could I ask a question of the chair?
yes, you may.
Mr. Chair, if there is no amendment to any particular section, I would think that we need to vote on each section. We only need to vote on the amendments and then at the end vote on the entire bill. So the first section, we're waiting now to convert a bill from Senate to House. The second, we've just eliminated. The third, if there are no amendments, we would just go on to the fourth section. Do you see it differently?
No, I think you're right as usual. I think we're just waiting to see if Representative Wolper had an amendment.
So apparently, does not have an amendment, although it wants one to remove this section because it finds it totally unnecessary.
Well, if you can get an amendment before we're finished execing here today, then that would be fine, but otherwise we'll be moving on. Part 4, allowing judicial referees to issue orders in non-contested probate matters. Is there anyone who wishes to offer an amendment to that? Seeing none. Part 5, permitting a Supreme Court justice to sit as a circuit court judge. No one offering an amendment to that. Part 6, relative to payment of costs for services other than counsel for indigent parties. Is there an amendment to that? Seeing none. Part 7, requiring a penalty assessment on violations.
Chairman, I do have an amendment to that one.
Yeah.
And I would like to offer amendment 1272H.
And Mr. Chair, I would second that amendment.
And what was that amendment number again?
So relative to penalty assessments on violations.
Yeah, what was the amendment number?
Oh, I'm sorry, 1272H.
Thank you. And so that was moved by Representative Sylvia and seconded by Representative Smith.
Correct.
And just to speak very briefly on this, there is a bit of confusion, I guess. Apparently assessments are already applied to violations, but the law does not necessarily provide for it. I'm not sure how that happens, but I don't want to be instituting a section into the statute to correct something that's perhaps not done right. I'm not sure exactly how that works.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I think, Mr. Clerk, you could call the roll.
On Amendment 1272 to Senate Bill 143. Removing part 7. Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Alexander.
No.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Reed.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Burke.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Di Lorenzo.
Yes.
Representative Chase.
Yes.
Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Langley. Representative Langley.
You're muted.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Representative Macbeth.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Representative Simpson.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes.
Vote 19-1.
Moving on to part 8, part 9, excuse me.
No.
Representative Sylvia has a.
Part 8.
Part 8, cybersecurity.
Representative Sylvia has an amendment.
Hey, Representative Sylvia.
So I have an amendment 1274 that I would like to move, and this would remove the section.
Is that seconded?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Representative McLean. And you want to address your motion, Representative Sylvia?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In looking at this, we have a statute that there are two parts to it that might be a problem, and I believe Representative Smith was going to address part of it being a 28A issue of a mandate for municipalities. But the more troubling aspect, I guess, is that this is a bill with no actual mandate. While it says it needs to be done and it suggests things should be done, there is certainly no penalty for a violation of it. So essentially this turns into putting a suggestion into statute. And I think our statutes are full of things that actually tend to be ignored already. So I don't think this is necessary, and therefore I would just as soon have it not in the bill.
Any other discussion? If not, Mr. Clerk, I think you can call the roll.
On Amendment 1274H to Senate Bill 1283, removing Part 8. Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Oh,
Yes. Is that no?
no, no.
No.
Okay, one. Representative Burke.
No.
Representative Horrigan.
No.
Representative Di Lorenzo.
No.
Representative Chase.
No.
Representative Kenny.
No.
Representative Langley.
No.
Representative Macbeth.
No.
Representative Page,
No.
Representative Simpson,
No.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
vote is 10-10.
Mr. Chair, I wasn't called on during that vote.
Did you call Representative Alexander?
Representative Alexander, I have you down as yes, but I did not call.
I don't remember voting. So if I forgot about me voting, I vote yes again.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So the motion fails. It's 10-10. Is there another motion? Is there another amendment? Now, ordinarily, I think I know what to do if this was a separate bill, but I'm not exactly sure what to do if it's a part. So I guess it just stays in the way it is if we vote. Okay, part 9, relative to emergency medical and trauma services data.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I did have an amendment on part 9, but it also addresses part 10. So I'll offer it. Amendment 1223H. And so what Amendment 1223H does basically is it takes both Part 9 and Part 10 out of the bill. Part 10, nobody really came at all to testify on Part 10. So I'm not sure that I have a full understanding of what it's trying to do. Part 9 was the sharing of medical data, for data gathering and research. And while that may be well-intentioned and it may be to the good, there's authorization within that part of the bill that would allow for the sharing of non-anonymized data as well as aggregate data. And it does have a privacy council set up, but how that would operate and what rules it would operate under, I don't really think we really had the opportunity to vet any of that. And so while there may be merit to it, I don't think, buried in an omnibus bill is where this should be. It should have its own airing in the light of day. So Amendment 1223 basically removes both those parts from the bill.
Second, if you need it.
Second, so it's moved by Representative McLean, seconded by Representative Sylvia, basically removing parts 9 and parts 10 from Senate Bill 143. Is there any other discussion?
I'd like to offer something, if I may.
You sure can.
So I'm particularly troubled by this Section 9 and the data that's going to be collected. I find it very troubling. Data is becoming big business, and the people's privacy is affected by this. So I would say our Constitution and our right to privacy is important, and this bill is less important, and therefore we should remove it.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, I guess, Mr. Clerk, you could call the roll.
Okay, so on amendment
1223H,
removing parts 9 and 10 from SB 143. Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Marner,
Yes.
Representative Green,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
No.
Representative Birch,
No.
Representative Horgan. Representative Horgan,
No.
Representative De Lorenzo,
No.
Representative Chase,
No.
Representative Kenny,
No.
Representative Langley,
No.
Representative Macbeth,
No.
Representative Page,
No.
Representative Simpson,
No.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
vote is 10-10.
Motion having failed. Guess we move on to part 11.
Representative Smith has an amendment.
No. I'm not bringing that forward. Thank you.
Part 11, relative to insurance company licenses. No amendment. And part 12, with regard to the National Guard.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment for section 13 because these omnibus bills are not big enough.
Okay. What would be your amendment?
If I find the right screen, I have an amendment 1280H, and I would move that, and I'll tell you all about it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Wolper. You want to address your amendment?
Yes, so this brings into the bill the substance of HB 231 as amended, which is a bill on civil asset forfeiture that the committee passed and put on the consent calendar, and the Senate chose to kill it. So I would like the committee to consider sending this back to the Senate and letting them reconsider this piece of legislation that's very important for protecting due process rights of people who have property seized.
Representative Sylvia, can you give me the number again?
I believe it was 1280.
Representative Birch?
Yeah, it's just a quick moment of support for this amendment and for the concept of this committee protecting the due process rights of citizens vis-a-vis the government. So I will be supporting this.
And any other discussion? None? I'm going to call the roll. We're catching up on the paperwork.
Amendment 1280H, Senate Bill 828, adding civil action closer to the bill. Representative McLean,
Yes.
Representative Sylvia,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Alexander,
No.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Murner,
Yes.
Representative Green,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Burt,
Yes.
Representative Horgan,
No.
Representative Di Lorenzo,
Yes.
Representative Chase,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Langley,
Yes.
Representative Macbeth,
Yes.
Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Simpson,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Okay. 18. 18.
Adopted Amendment 1280 and with a new section. Although it won't be 13 because we've deleted some other sections. I'm not exactly sure what section.
Excuse me, could you repeat that vote total again, please?
18-2.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I was wondering if it might be possible for us to recess just for a little bit. I know that we have a couple amendments that we sent out to be converted. I know that you had one on 143, and based on that ruling, I realized I had to have another amendment from Senator Carson's relative to 134 converted over. So I'd just like to have the opportunity to get those converted, and then we could maybe resume.
So what we'll do is, I think if we could recess till, give us, let's say we recess till 2:15. Okay?
Could I suggest an alternative? I don't know if you're interested in that, is that we move on. We do not close the executive session on this, but we move on to the executive session on the next bill, or does that make things confusing?
Well, I think it makes it confusing for me. So.
Okay. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I would never do that.
Mr. Chair, might I inquire? We only have one section obviously left in 143. And I know we were waiting for a repaired amendment. Have you received that? I mean, the only change is from an S to an H. Have you received that yet?
No.
And also Representative Birch, based on that ruling, there was an amendment from Senator Carson on 134 dealing with part 1 that I had to have converted as well. So before we go to 134, I'd like to do that.
Right. I was just trying to figure out if we could just finish 143 at this point. Also, that's a long delay. And I know that the House Dems are having a caucus, which we will undoubtedly, those of us here, miss a good chunk of, but I'd like to catch a little bit of it. And so maybe if the court would shorten that period of time a little bit.
Get the court?
Excuse me, the chair. Old habits.
Next week.
Just have them come back. I do need a little bit of time. I also to get those amendments here, if you wouldn't object to that. But if we get it, I don't know what the status is. But
OLS is working on it right now.
So I'll make sure it's not long. Coming down?
He's coming down. Yeah.
supposedly they're being delivered as we speak.
So is there a few moments for a bio break?
Yes. If, and right now it's 7 minutes too. So if we could just go till 5 past, that would be helpful. Just take a break till 5 past, okay?
Fine with me.
That's all I got, but I asked them to remove the whole section, and they kept the study hearing, so we had to leave it. Redraft yesterday morning, 10 minutes, 10 o'clock.
Number is 2713097. 2713097. Hopefully, if I can find out.
No. Oh. We're not muted.
Yes. I have nothing to hide. No, my apologies. I thought we could offer a Senate amendment, but obviously you're ruling on 143. As soon as you did that, I said, oh, well, that's going to have implications on 134 as well. So that'll have to be tightened up. Okay.
Just letting you know, Mark, that the whole world can hear you.
Yes, but I have nothing to hide, Representative Hirsch, especially from you.
Well, I know that, just being cautious.
Very good to know.
I know what you did last summer.
Well, don't tell my wife.
Mark, I can't believe that you would ever do anything that you would not share with your wife.
You'd be right 99.9% of the time, Representative Smith.
That's good enough.
As your attorney representative, I advise you to just stop right there.
Mine still worked on it. You know. Well, let's see. Hopefully we have it all.
Representative 1206.
What's that?
Pending claims.
That's not mine. I think that was sent down as well.
I have that here.
I gave him a copy of that too. That's what I heard.
Are you Mark McLean?
I'm yes.
If I send you something, can you, for some reason, it's not identifying my House Judiciary Committee.
Okay, send it over. Mark McLean. Okay. Here we go.
And if you could send that out to the committee, that's an amendment to 134.
Okay.
Okay, we're back online. We don't have did we get the things back yet?
No.
We still haven't got the things back. So what we'll do is we'll move on to 134. And we'll come back and we'll finish, as soon as we get those other things back, we'll deal with them when we get them back from the OLS. On 134, the first section is prohibiting certain uses of laser pointing devices. Is that what your amendment is on?
Yeah, so we won't go on to part 2. I'll address that.
Part 2, the revised uniform law on notarial acts and uniform real property electronic recording act. And
Mr. Chair, are you back in session?
yes, we are.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say that.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just took the time and said we're ready to go. So we call it House Judiciary Committee back to order. We'll deal with Senate Bill 134. We do still have some amendments that are coming on 143. And we'll go back and do those and finish that as soon as we're able. About 134, we have section 1. And, we are waiting on amendment on section 1 as well. And the issue there was another amendment that had been prepared by Senator Carson, and we're just having a house number put on it, or a house designation put on it. Part 2 is the Uniform Law Notarial Acts and the Uniform Real Property Electronic Recording Act.
So, Mr. Chairman, I have amendment 1240. So, if you have my email, no other way, I don't see a printed copy here.
You know the number?
Yeah, 12408. Sent it to the entire committee days ago.
And you're moving that amendment?
I would like to move that amendment. Change the definition of electronic signature. In
1240.
I just find a pretty copy here. She got it.
I need.
Yep.
No,
Oh, okay. I don't have any printed copy either. All I have is my email where I think the Judiciary Committee was supposed to get back to all of us.
134.
yes, that's correct. Extra copy? No, you don't have a copy.
There's one, you know.
That's my only copy.
The only copy in the room.
I'll give it right back.
Is that so? I get. That's the guy. So the amendment 12408, I'm expecting that all the Judiciary Committee members have it. Because it was sent by email about 6 days ago. And what it does is it replaces the definition of electronic signature in 2 parts to the bill. Both in Part 2, Section 3, and in Part 2, Section 10. And in each place, it changes the definition from the quite broad, vague definition that's in it to the definition that's used by the FDIC, which was suggested to us by the Registry of Deeds. And that was their only objection to this bill, which was actually, I know about the only objection that we really got was from the Registry of Deeds. So that's what the amendment does. Just changes the definition of electronic signature.
First of all, was there a second to Representative Wolper's motion?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Representative McLean. Is there any discussion? Yes, Representative Di Lorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Welper, for taking my question. I'm trying to figure out how the electronic signature becomes encrypted in this instance.
And the answer is over my head. The answer I have is the words you see in front of you. Apparently, this is a private key encryption, in which place only one person has that private key and has to give it to anybody else that wants to open it. I don't exactly understand this.
Mm-hmm.
What I do know about it is that, as was explained to us by Reagan from the Merrimack County Registry, that the definition of electronic signature was a big problem during the mortgage crisis and caused a lot of the problems that they had. And that, as a result of that, the FDIC has changed its definition to this. Well, I know two things about that. One, this does work because it is in use. And two, it fixes the only problem that was identified with this language in all the testimony that we got.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative McBeth.
I apologize. I just want to, I'm gotten a little bit confused. So what is the number of the amendment that we are considering right now?
1240. And if you, just so you know.
And that's not, I'm sorry. May I, is that one of the new ones or that's an old one? Is that?
All new because none have been introduced, but I sent this by email to the Judiciary Committee on April 30th.
Thank you.
So you should have it in your email.
But it's the Senate version I have?
No,
no, this is the House version.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's not, yeah, okay. I just was clarifying it wasn't one of the new ones that was just drafted. Thank you.
We're on a different bill now.
No.
No? No, not new.
Yes, Representative Birch.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I gather this is a public key, private key encryption system, which I'm wondering whether is kind of an overload for, you know, what a notary needs to go through. And I'm wondering how this would impact notarization for people who don't have either the electronic knowledge to do this or an ability to keep this electronic data secret yet available over considerable periods of time.
So it's my expectation that everybody that uses this would just buy software that does it.
Representative Simpson.
You're muted.
Representative Simpson.
Sorry, I was looking at the amendment and didn't realize it was muted. Sorry, forgive me for not figuring this out myself, but I have a question about the when I'm reading the amendment,
does it just replace a definition or does it replace the entire section 10?
No, just the definition.
Okay, great. Thanks.
And Representative Macbeth?
So I do have concerns but I'm sorry, I need to look at the current law. That's not what electronic signature means to me. I've been electronic filing some things with the judicial branch, but I just need to clarify, so I won't, thank you. I mean, do you, Chair, is that what electronic signature means to you? Is that, or have you been using, I don't mean to put you on the spot, I'm just curious.
In the uses that I'm currently involved with, they aren't as technical as that in terms of encryption. So it's new to me.
Thank you. I think that's how I'm feeling too. Thank you.
Representative Horrigan?
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, my concern is, well, first of all, I think this wasn't the Registers of Deeds only objection to the wording of the bill. So I don't think I'm also like not exactly, an encryption key is an encryption key. So I'm not exactly sure how that's the same thing as an electronic signature. So I feel like, even though I'm not a lawyer, this is something I feel like seems to me either this is like not a good substitute for the language about an electronic signature, or maybe there's a hole in my knowledge. So maybe Red Welver can clarify a little bit more about how an encryption key is the same thing as an electronic signature, because I saw the signature just a remark that tells you who the person was who signed it. So I just don't get it. I'm sorry to say, I just don't. But maybe you can enlighten me.
I've had correspondence with Registers of Deeds, and particularly the president of the Register of Deeds Association. Her concern wasn't with the electronic signature as much as it was the ability to have signatures on documents such as plats and maps and surveys and that was raised that day and subsequently raised. And they actually wrote a letter to us, which I think we all received, saying that they objected to Part 10 of the bill. But I've since heard from them, and I have an amendment as well, which corrects that part, which they're in agreement with, and indicated that if that amendment passed, they would be satisfied. If I could just ask Representative Wolper, the FDIC, the amendment that you have, was that something that was given to you by the registers? Is something that they wanted?
Yes. I'm just particularly concerned about it in terms of they didn't address it. Part one.
Yeah.
I'm registered in the North Country. Yeah, right. And I was selecting Lancaster. I decided to maps and everything else. Leon talked to me last night. I had no idea. Leon talked to me last night about those same concerns that you heard about.
So any other, Representative Macbeth?
Well, I hadn't lowered my hand, but I just was doing a little bit of research. This definition, I don't know where the language came from, but it's not one that I see that's used typically in some of the electronic systems that I've been using frequently, but I appreciate the concern. Thank you, that's it.
Any other discussion on the amendment? This is Amendment 1240H. I guess the question is, do you feel comfortable? I don't understand it, is what it comes down to. And I guess the question is, do I feel comfortable voting for it if I don't understand it? Okay, Representative Di Lorenzo. You're muted.
For the group, I'd like to offer a sort of a simple explanation of encryption. So encryption would be the party A agrees to exchange a document with party 2, and both have sort of like a passcode to get into the document, so that if I sign, let's say, a form, they'll be like, it will be scrambled by the system, and each party has a key that will unscramble the information. And that's it. It's like having a password to someone's signature that's only shared by two people in the party. That's the simplest I could make it.
So are you supportive of the amendment?
Yes.
Any other discussion?
So
Yep.
I appreciate my distinguished colleague from Newmarket's explanation. I guess I appreciate that, but what I don't understand, what I'm concerned about, is having each party having the software to do the encryption and communicate with each other. And it seems like what we're talking about a broader network where everyone's not going to have that. So I won't be able to support the amendment. Thank you.
If I could just ask a question, Representative Wolpert, does your amendment apply to the whole bill or simply to the recordable documents part? And the reason I ask that is because estate planning attorneys are using the remote notarization right now. And I wouldn't want them to put them out of business by requiring them to do something they aren't able to do.
So it does apply to both parts of the bill. But the change in the definition in both in section 3 and section 10.
Any other question? Representative Macbeth, is your hand still up? Or is it, no? You ready to vote?
So, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yep.
So just for everybody's information, I'm at FDIC.gov regulations information thing, tech bulletin HTML. It says signing and receiving documents. In signing a document, the sender uses his or her private key and a numerical algorithm to create an encrypted image of the original document that is sent with the clear text document to a recipient. Receiving the document and verifying the signature, the recipient uses the public portion of the sender's key. Together, both parts of the sender's key are used to verify the document was not altered and that it originated from the signer of the document. It goes on, but that was part of what Register Craig sent us, link to that. All right.
Okay. Representative Simpson?
Can somebody, I'm trying to find it real quick, but tell me when the effective date for this bill would be, because if this is not universally able to be done by folks real quickly, I don't want to, if this is effective, July 1st, then that makes me anxious to expect the compliance in such a short amount of time.
$180 days after passage.
No.
No. Effective date.
No, I can't.
says, part of it says part of the bill is part of section 2 is upon passage, and part of it is 180 days after passage. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only thing I would say is that this kind of language, as Representative Wolper said, was requested by the Registry of Deeds because they have real concerns around the security. We're dealing with real property and things of this nature. So we want to make sure that that's as secure as possible. But we can't forget that we still have what we've had for the last 300 years, which is the manual mode of doing business as well. That hasn't gone away. This is just an added option. So if we are going to add it as an added option, if the Registry of Deeds has raised these concerns, I think we can't lose sight that we still have the old manual option, but we have to make this new option as secure as possible. So I'm going to support the amendment, even though some people may not have the ability to do it right away.
Representative Simpson? Okay. Any other? Yes, Representative McBeth.
So, thank you. And I wanted to know if Representative Walper had a chance to run this by any of the other groups, the bankers, the mortgage bankers, the real estate, or the estate attorneys, to look at this language.
I have not.
Thank you.
One thing that I'll also point out is we also have a bill which we retained with regard to notarial services. So if we do need to fix something, we do have the ability to do that. So if there's no other discussion, then I guess you could call the roll. This is on the amendment 1240H. Right.
Okay, on amendment 1240H to Senate Bill 134, changing the definition of electronic signature, Representative McLean.
On the amendment?
On the
Yes.
amendment. Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Smith. Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Burke.
No.
Representative Horgan.
No.
Representative Lorenzo.
Yes.
Representative Chase.
No.
Representative Kenny.
No.
Representative Langley.
No.
Representative McBeth.
No.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Representative Simpson.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I voted 14-6.
You've adopted amendment 1240H. I have an amendment which was just sent out to you with cooperation from my good friend Representative McLean. And it's amendment 2021-1300H. Also the part 2, section 10 of the bill, 134. We received a letter from the registers of deeds objecting to part section 10 of the bill. And in discussing it with the registers, yesterday, they indicated that they were unhappy over the fact that they have to deal with plats and maps and surveys of land, and you just can't apply electronic signatures to them. And so they wanted those to be accepted. So this amendment, what it does, it indicates that a register of deeds shall accept for recording a tangible copy of an electronic document other than a map, plat, survey, or plat of land as provided in RSA 478-1A. And the register has indicated that if we made that change, my register at least indicated that they would be satisfied with the bill. And so I'll offer that amendment if there's a second to it.
This is 13008.
Yeah, 13008. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Any discussion? You ready to vote?
There. Okay, now,
Mr. Clerk, could you call the roll?
on Amendment 13008 to Senate Bill 134. Representative McLean,
Yes.
Representative Sylvia,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Alexander,
Yes.
Representative Daughter,
Yes.
Representative Turner,
Yes.
Representative Green,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Birch,
Yes.
Representative Horgan,
Yes.
Representative Lorenzo,
Yes.
Representative Chase,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Langley,
Yes.
Representative Macbeth,
Yes.
Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Simpson,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
20 to you.
Any other amendments on part 2 of 134? Seeing none, we move on to part 3, incarceration after a suspended sentence. Amendments? Seeing none, we move on to part 4, civil liability for damage to highways.
Yeah. And then, Representative Davis.
Yeah. I have an amendment to remove, it's amendment 1232H. Basically, it would remove part 4 in its entirety. Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
Yeah, this, the reason I'm doing this, as you may recall the testimony, the testimony is that basically this bill is already in the budget. And they put the bill in the budget and put in a separate bill. And it's still in the budget. The only thing that they took out of the bill when the budget went forward was a provision that made the use of estimates retroactive. And the question was whether it was appropriate to make it retroactive and actually whether it would be enforceable if it was retroactive. And since the legislation is already in the budget, and frankly, I'm not in agreement necessarily with making it retroactive. The testimony actually was that they've already used, in the past, they've used estimates for damages. And they've consistently used it, except as I understand it, the Attorney General now has taken the position that they don't think that they can enforce it and have elected not to enforce it. So long and the short, since it's already in the budget, with the exception of that one provision, I think we should just remove the provision from this bill. Representative Macbeth?
I would support you. I think that's the reasonable way and the fair way to move forward. Thank you.
Representative Horgan?
Oh, yes, I agree with you too. And I was, maybe this was sort of a gap from my knowledge. I didn't realize that they don't reduce the cost when calculating the liability for depreciation, which is how it would be in the private sector. But anyway, yeah, I think this section is unnecessary, and I don't necessarily agree with what's in the budget either, but we don't need it here. So thank
you. Any other discussion? Then, Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
On amendment 1232H to Senate Bill 134, deleting Part 4. Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Burt.
Yes.
Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Representative DiLorenzo.
Yes.
Representative Chase.
Yes.
Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Langley.
Yes.
Representative Macbeth.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Representative Simpson.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes.
20-0.
Okay, moving on to part 5. That's structured settlements. There was discussion of an amendment. I don't know if anyone had prepared an amendment for this.
Yes, I believe I did, but I'm looking for it.
Yep.
1189.
9H.
Too much paperwork at the moment. Here it is. Mr. Chair, if I could be recognized.
You may.
Thank you. I would like to move amendment number 1189H and speak to it.
Okay. And is there a second to that?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Chase. You may speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In brief, those who are not familiar with structured settlements, those are settlements where a person receives a settlement, but it's paid into their pocket over time. And sometimes that individual cannot wait the amount of time or chooses not to wait the amount of time and wishes to sell that settlement and get somewhat less money, but getting it immediately in hand. Perfectly legal, perfectly understandable. The original bill in SB 134 would require a court's approval in that it would require an individual to show the court that he or she had gone specifically to 3 or so potential buyers of the structured settlement and go into the details of those negotiations. The idea is that the court wants to make sure that the seller is not being taken advantage of. This amendment makes it somewhat less onerous on the seller of the structured settlement. It says that that person can negotiate the terms, and that that person is advised to get competing offers, and whether the court, and when the court considers whether this structured settlement sale is a good idea or not, it can take into consideration whether the seller has in fact talked to other people about the terms of a sale. So it protects the privacy of the seller somewhat more than the original bill, but still provides some method for the court to make sure that the seller isn't getting fleeced, so to speak. So that's what this amendment is.
Okay. Representative Macbeth? And any other discussion? Seeing none, I guess we're ready to vote. Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 1189 to Senate Bill 134. Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Hopper votes yes. Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Null.
Yes.
Representative Werner.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Burke.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Di Lorenzo.
Yes.
Representative Chase.
Yes.
Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Langley.
Yes.
Representative Macbeth.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Representative Simpson.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
20-0.
We are an agreeable group.
We are rolling.
Any other amendments to Part 5? Part 6, establishing the Collaborative Law Act.
Representative Sylvia has an amendment if you would like to recognize me.
Yes. Representative Sylvia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move amendment 1277H.
And is that seconded?
I'll second.
By Representative Alexander. And you want to speak to your motion?
Mr. Chair, that was Representative Green that seconded, not me.
I'm sorry. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Representative Alexander.
So as I understand it, the collaborative law currently is going on and it works well. And it sounds like a great thing. It's a good option for folks. But I don't see, because it is there and working, I don't see the necessity of putting it into statute. And therefore, moving to remove that section from the bill.
Any other discussion? I have to say that I think that is pretty much true, that you can engage in collaborative law. It sort of formalizes something that takes place privately in any event. Any other discussion? Representative Macbeth?
I'm really sorry to see this amendment brought forward. I feel like maybe we didn't have enough education on this process. It's really very different than a lot of the different, the current alternative dispute resolutions. Always having a mental health professional at the table to kind of point out when people start picking on each other or say the triggers. And even when attorneys start to maybe, forgetting that this is going to be a collaborative process. So I can't support the amendment, and I wish we could have talked about it more before the vote.
Representative Birch?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't support the amendment either. And what troubles me a bit is normally when we get together and the stakeholders involved in an issue have come to an understanding about the value of a way of approaching the issue, unless there's some real problems that we see, we tend to go along with it. We see that in landlord-tenant, for instance. If Elliot Berry and Nick Norman come in and they're walking arm in arm, we tend to give that a lot of credibility. It seems to me, and this isn't something that I've ever practiced in or with, and I'm on my first marriage, so I don't know a whole lot about it from a consumer point of view. It seems to me that the parties who are involved in this kind of process not only seem to think it's a really, really good process, but they think there's a benefit to having a certain amount of structure in our statute books. And it seems to me, unless there's something really horrible about that idea, and I don't think there is, that we perhaps should listen to those that are actually living this day to day and take their word for it. And then let them do their collaborative work in a way that benefits society. We have too many issues where we really have significant disagreements between various stakeholders. Why sit there and pick one where there really isn't a quarrel about whether there's the people involved think there's a benefit to having it in statute, that it'll work better, or it'll give some kind of referee status to the rules. And I see only gain, and I don't see any harm in acceding to their wishes and having a nice little statute to help guide them through life. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk.
On Amendment 12778, removing Part 6 of Amendment 4. Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Murder.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
No.
Representative Burke.
No.
Representative Morgan.
No.
Representative Di Lorenzo.
No.
Representative Chase.
No.
Representative Kenny.
No.
Representative Wetterly.
No.
Representative Macbeth.
No.
Representative Page.
No.
Representative Simpson.
No.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Vote being 10 to 10.
Motion fails. The section will apparently stay the way it is. Are there any other amendments on section 6? If not, we'll move on to section 7. This is with regard to various matters involving probate administration. I do have an amendment, which is Amendment 1201. And that that is would add what were the provisions in House Bill 540 into this bill, into the section of the bill. Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
Made by Representative McLean. And so as we've discussed earlier, we passed out of this committee House Bill 540. We passed it out of the committee 21-0. It was on the consent calendar. It left the House, went over to the Senate, and then the Senate Judiciary Committee heard it. There were something like 80 people who signed up in support of the bill and nobody in opposition. And they heard testimony from people only in favor. And then the Senate decided that they were going to re-refer the bill. And for what purpose, I'm not sure. But I think it would be appropriate to add those provisions into Senate Bill 134 in the probate section. I know I've heard from Judge King that in fact this would be good for the probate courts in that to the extent that people can find guidance from somebody without having to have a formal guardianship, it will save time and effort on the part of the courts. And so I think it's an appropriate amendment. Any other discussion? Yes, Representative Chase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, trying to figure that out. I just want to agree with you on this. It's a very important bill for many people. This is going to help relieve a lot of stress. It's going to help people have a responsibility for their own lives with the guidance of others. It's really clear cut, and clearly there was not any opposition. And I thank you for adding it in here, and I am just thrilled to be able to support that, and I hope that the whole committee will. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Mr. Clerk, you want to call the roll?
On Amendment 1201H to Senate Bill 134, adding House Bill 540 language, Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Representative Walker votes yes. Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Birch.
Absolutely, yes.
Representative Oregon.
Yes.
Representative Di Lorenzo.
Yes.
Representative Chase.
100% yes.
Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Langley.
Yes.
Representative Macbeth.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Representative Simpson.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
20-0.
Are there any other amendments on Part 7 of the bill? Seeing none, we move on to Part 8, which is relative to school employee and school volunteer criminal background. Are there any amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I do have this. I'm just looking for a exactly what I wanted, but it will be.
Is this something that you sent out to us, Representative Wolf?
I did not send it out. I sent it to OOS. The intent of the amendment was to remove this portion of the bill. But what OOS sent me back to do that, they removed all but the study committee. So I sent it back to them to redraft it yesterday morning.
Okay.
And I haven't got it. I wish I didn't have it last time I checked my email. I just have to find it.
So at this point in time, you don't have an amendment?
Well, I have one. Which I went off. Once I find it again. I email to you so you have it to see, so I don't know what you want to do. That's all.
Mr. Chair, I had the amendment back on part 1. Do we want to go back and clean up one while he looks for part 8, or?
We could do that.
Bill.
Well, what we'll do is while Representative Woper has an amendment on part 8, but he's having some difficulty locating it. So what we'll do is we'll go back to part 1 of Senate Bill 134 now that the amendment is available to deal with. So go ahead, Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of our discussion around 143 and the acceptance of Senate amendments, Senator Carson had offered an amendment on part 1 of HB 134, which we did have to redraft. So her original amendment, which would be in everybody's email, is Amendment 1196S. The House version converted over is 1305H. So the text is identical to 1196S. It's just converted over as a House amendment. So what part 1 of HB 134 does is it basically looks at the law that we passed in 2016 that makes it illegal to point laser pointers at aircraft. Obviously, that's a very dangerous situation, so we passed that law. However, the unintended consequences of passing that law were that many legitimate uses of lasers became illegal. They kind of got caught up in it. So full disclosure, this part of HB 134 is very important to me. It's very important to my district, and it's very important to the city of Manchester. BAE is locating a new research facility there, and in the process of bringing that in, they realized that a lot of their work that they would be doing is made illegal because of the current nature of the law. And so when they went in and began investigating it, basically they undid a can of worms. There's multiple legitimate uses that are made illegal by the current statute. So whether it's medical lasers, whether it's construction, whether it's the use of lasers for survey with DOT, whether it's the crash LiDAR that you have in your vehicle, all of that stuff is rendered really illegal under our current laser pointer statute. So what HB 134 did, it reached out to various stakeholders to try to capture as comprehensive a list as possible of the legitimate uses of lasers so that they could be exempted out of the existing law. And the amendment that we have, which we just had converted over from a Senate version, basically what it does is it extends the prohibition element of the law to drones because there was concern raised that while you can't point a laser pointer at a vehicle or an airplane, if you had a drone, you could put the laser pointer on a drone, and then by piloting the drone, you could aim it at an airplane, and that's kind of a loophole. So the amendment basically addresses that loophole. So as I said, I think it's important legislation, and I hope everybody on the committee will join me in supporting the amendment and this part of the bill.
Representative Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hopefully Representative McLean can help me out here because I don't read the language of the amendment to do what I think you rightly suggest might need to be done. So my question is, I'm looking at the crossed out language and then I'm looking at the new language. And the crossed out language talks about purposely or knowingly shining a laser at an aircraft, and some other language, but basically that. And it changes it, it drops out purposely or knowingly and just has knowingly. And it still deals with pointing a device at an aircraft. It seems to be that's all it's dealing with, not all those other aspects that you say are problematic. It just makes something that's extremely dangerous harder to prosecute because instead of having two mental frameworks, purposely, knowingly, now the only thing illegal would be knowingly. I mean, you could purposely do it and not be committing any sort of offense. So I'm wondering if you could explain why this particular amendment does all the things that you say need to be done.
Sure. Well, first of all, the original bill as submitted was the part that carved out the exemption. So if you want to go and you want to examine that, if you forget the amendment that was offered, but if you go back into the bill itself and you'll see that in section, let me see, what page is it? Page 2, line 22, this section shall not prohibit aiming a laser beam or pointing it at a motor vehicle, aircraft, vessel, window, structure, or any person by any of the following, and it goes through the list. An authorized person in the conduct of research, government persons authorized by the government, aerospace contractors, individual using laser emergency signaling, emergency distress signal, medical lasers. So all of those exemptions, Representative Birch, are not in the amendment. Those are in the body of the main bill itself. It's just having gone through it, they wanted to clarify that you could not use a drone, and that's what the amendment does.
I'm not quarreling, if I may follow up, I'm not quarreling with the language in SB 134. I understand the purposes. I'm just talking about what this amendment that we have in our hands is designed to do in terms of changing 134. And it looks to me like it's only making it harder to prosecute for pointing a laser at an airplane. And I'm not sure why we should support that.
So, if I may.
Yes.
So, I was quite with you for a minute, Paul, but as I read this, it says for any person in direct or remote control.
Right.
Right.
Which is different from what was there.
Right. So
it's, and I think it's the remote control part that's more important than the what I consider redundant, purposefully or knowingly.
Right. Yeah. If I may, Mr. Chair. So yeah, so maybe I misunderstood your. That's Representative Wolf laid it right on the head. The initial bill from 2016 makes no provision for remote control, and so so as we've learned more about drones, they wanted to make sure that someone who is using a drone Yeah, under the old statute, hey, I'm not pointing it at the airplane. The drone is pointing it at the airplane. I may be controlling that drone. There's a stretch. So this was sought to just clarify that.
All right.
Okay, Representative Nutter.
I believe that there's a hand raised by the BAE audience. You can help us. That's it.
Yeah, I'm going to call on the committee members first. Representative Simpson.
Hi, I'm just trying to, maybe I can add something to clarify this a little bit. This amendment deals with a whole different part of the statutes than the part that's already in the written up bill. So this one that is brought up right now deals with what's called the New Hampshire Aeronautics Act in statute 422. And so it's just fixing under the prohibitions under the Aeronautics Act, it's accounting for there being drones now that might fly lasers. So yes, it does change the language from purposely and knowingly to knowingly. And that's, we can discuss that more, but I just wanted to point out that it's correcting a different statute, but still doing it in part one of this.
Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Representative Simpson did a great job in clarifying that language change. I think like the point of this is to address unintended consequences from an act that was put in place years ago, in which BAE and other industry and other R&D agencies in this state are not able to do some secret military contracts based on certain things in statute. I think that might be part of the reason why we should support it.
Representative Sylvia.
So I'll get back to the heart of the problem is that we have this statute talking about laser pointing devices, and the industry is now taking that as any laser type product. And I don't think that was the intention of the bill. And when I shouldn't say bill, but when it was originally brought back in 1999, and a good senator sat on, sponsored this bill at the time. And with a bad description of what we're talking about, we have tremendous problems. So that there's a fundamental underlying issue that should be corrected. Frankly, I would repeal the whole thing for the moment until we can actually get down to what it is we're talking about. So we're all talking about the same thing at the same time.
Representative Simpson, did you have your hand up?
I couldn't get it to go back down. I'll work on that.
There is somebody who is an attendee who may be able to contribute, and that's Mr. Cuzzy. Does anybody have an objection if I were to call upon Mr. Cuzzy to add an explanation?
And who would Mr. Cuzzy be representing?
I believe he is an industry representative in support of the bill.
I'm not going to stand in the way of.
I know it hasn't been our practice to call on
of education, but I don't think lobbying, if there's educational information, that's one thing. But representing a particular private interest is something that makes me a little nervous, but I'm not going to stand in the way.
Well, I think we've taken the position that we are not going to include people in the audience for our executive session. So I think I'll stand on that. So, noting your expressed concerns. Okay, so we have an amendment in front of us. It's 1305H. Any other discussion?
I just like to mention that what Representative Simpson said about the Aeronautics Act as opposed to being in 633-31. That was very telling to me. So I think it's a great idea to have our laws in concert.
Right. Okay, all right, I'm going to call a roll. This is on Amendment 1305.
Okay, Amendment 1305 to Senate Bill 134. Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Sure.
Yes. Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Nod.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Burke.
Yes.
Representative Oregon.
Yes.
Representative DiLorenzo.
Yes.
Representative Chase.
Yes.
Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Langley.
Yes.
Representative Macbeth.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Representative Simpson.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
20-0.
Okay, any other amendments on part 1? Seeing none, we move back to part 8. And Representative Wolper, did you find your amendment?
Actually, I found a better one. Yes. If you all look at the email, I sent you amendment 1276 about, before we get into this laser pointer business. And amendment 1276, we moved to part 8. Don't really need of it. I don't think that the Department of Education wants to be involved in this at all. So we should just not do it.
Is there a second to the motion?
Oh, sorry.
Somebody
I'll
want to
second that, Mr. Chair.
Was that Representative Alexander? Okay. You want to say any more about your amendment?
No, that's enough.
Any discussion? If there's no discussion, we'll just call the roll. This is on Amendment 1276.
Mr. Chair, I can't find Amendment 1276. I'm drowning, of course, in papers. And I apologize for not being better at juggling. Is it very long? Could it possibly be read? Or am I the only one who is having trouble?
I don't have it.
It simply says delete section 8.
The entire section.
Yes.
It just came through on email.
Yeah.
I couldn't find it on my email, but yeah.
The email was timestamped 2:56 today, so your email, your device may be running behind or something.
Well, you know, over here in Durham, we're pretty slow.
Yes. I can speak for myself.
So are you ready to vote? Okay. Mr. Clerk?
Amendment 1276, removing part section 8 of SB 134, Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
No.
Representative Burke,
No.
Representative Horgan,
No.
Representative Di Lorenzo,
No.
Representative Chase,
No.
Representative Kenny,
No.
Representative Langley,
No.
Representative Macbeth,
No.
Representative Page,
No.
Representative Simpson,
No.
Yes,
votes 10-10.
the motion fails.
Was it 10-10?
10-10. Are there any other amendments on party? Part 9. This is making an appropriation for mental health intervention training programs.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just make a comment. I think this state is not doing what we should be doing to address the issues of the crisis in mental health, a crisis that's been exacerbated by the pandemic, but was there before and will be there after. I do object to having an appropriation inserted in the middle of one of these omnibus bills. And although there is an FN, it's 134 FN, it is not going to go to a second committee. It will not be incorporated in the workings of the Finance Committee. To my knowledge, it was not considered by the Finance Committee in the Senate. So I have a problem, but I haven't done anything about submitting an amendment, and to do anything that in any way made it seem that I did not recognize the crisis that we're facing would make me unhappy. So thank you for letting me speak and not accomplishing anything.
Well, yeah, I frankly, I can do the same thing. And there's nothing. But I sort of feel the same way. It's an appropriation for $210,000. I don't know why it's included in this bill. It seems to me that typically what the Senate does is when they have an appropriation like this, they pass it over there, then they table it, and then they include it in their budget rather than sending it over to us. And I've tried to figure out why it is that they felt compelled to do it in this particular bill, frankly. But frankly, I didn't do an amendment to take it out, but I would be just as happy as if it were. Representative Horgan.
Well, this is a somewhat jaded comment, but perhaps they're anticipating that the budget isn't going to be passed on time, and that has happened in several recent budget cycles, but they felt this is important enough so that the fiscal committee could authorize the expenditure of funds, because there's always like piggy banks you can break open of, lapses, funds that haven't been spent yet. But I mean, I share Representative Smith and Representative Gordon, and I too have not introduced an amendment to take it out. But
Mr. Chair, could I ask the clerk? I have two numbers here, and I have no idea. I have an amendment 1223 and an amendment 1273. I thought that Representative McLean had introduced one of those, but I guess I'm wrong.
Well, 1223, Representative Smith was for 143.
Yeah.
So we just,
Ah,
yeah, I know, it's,
They faked this. And actually 1273 is Reverend Smith's amendment, which is relative to part 10, but we haven't gotten there yet. That's
yeah.
I have trouble keeping these 134s and 143s and all these 1200 numbers so straight myself. So
Representative Smith's 1273 is titled Amendment to SB 143.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So I'm totally, yeah, which we've already, okay. Thank
Okay.
you, you're right.
There being no amendment to part 9, we move on to part 10. Rather relative to employer access to motor vehicle records. And we'll have an amendment.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Representative Smith.
could I have no right to ask what I'm going to ask. And you have every right to say no. But I think that some of us have been confused about amendments for sections 9 and 10. I was wondering if you would consider the possibility of us completing, going through 11, and then I don't know if there are any additions. And then instead of taking a final vote, delay a final vote until next Tuesday. And those of us who are slow and confused and have messed things up might have an opportunity to, no, I guess that doesn't work. That doesn't work. I have to take the responsibility for being confused and let it go. I'm sorry. I take it back.
Representative Birch.
You're muted.
I was going to comment on that proposal, but since it's been removed, I have nothing to add.
Representative Alexander, did you have your hand up?
I was preparing to comment as well, Mr. Chair.
Okay, section 10. Which is relative to access to motor vehicle records, no amendments.
Nope.
And section 11, relative to authorization to grow industrial hemp.
It's back.
Yeah, we have an amendment. I thought. Yeah. What's your amendment number?
1213H.
And is there a second to that?
I second it.
Seconded by Representative Burke.
yeah, 1213.
And you want to speak to your amendment, Representative Simpson?
Yes. And I believe that Peter Bixby, Representative Bixby, wrote to us all as well. This takes the opportunity of us having a section on hemp to correct a part of our statute that doesn't match up with the rules that the USDA has in place right now. So I don't know if you all have it in front of you. It's very short. If you'd like me to read the change, I'm happy to.
It is short, so why don't you just read it so that we'll understand.
Hemp is an agricultural product which may be grown as a crop, processed, possessed, and commercially traded in New Hampshire. any grower of hemp shall be licensed by the USDA. And so what it does is it takes out processor and commercial trader, because the USDA doesn't license processors and traders, but we had it in statute that they do. So it just leaves growers because they do license growers.
Okay. Any discussion? Mr. Clerk, you want to call the roll?
On Amendment 1213H to Senate Bill 134. Representative McLean,
Yes.
Representative Sylvia,
Yes.
Representative Welper votes yes. Representative Alexander,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Mariner,
Yes.
Representative Green,
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Birch,
Yes.
Representative Corrigan,
Unmuted. No, I mean, yes.
Representative DiLorenzo,
Yes.
Representative Chase,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Langley,
Yes.
Representative Macbeth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Simpson,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The vote is 20-0.
Okay, are there any other amendments to Part 11? If not, I think we have completed our look at 134. We did section one.
Section one. Laser pointer.
No, that's 143.
Oh.
Okay, Representative McLean, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move ought to pass as amended on SB 134.
And is there a second from somebody in the crowd here? Seconded by Representative Wolper. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I wonder if on a belt and suspenders approach, the clerk might list all of the amendments that have been approved.
Yep.
Clerk can list the amendments. Can't tell you what they all mean.
Oh, didn't expect that.
Thank you.
1305 on part one.
Really? What happened to 1201?
So,
okay, so I have one that before the vote. So the clerk has to find this roll call sheet unless you know what the vote is on. Amendment
I can go
1277.
off my tally sheet.
Yeah, I can go
I got
down.
it, I just have to find it.
And
if you have them, it'd be easier for you to do it. So on 1277. Chapter 10. And 1201.
Wait,
yeah, but why don't we go, if you want, I'll go down through them with on order if you want, by part.
Oh, you doing by part?
Yeah.
So we'll do it on 1201.
It's 1201 is 20-0. So part one, we adopted amendment 1305H. Vote was 20-0. On part two, we adopted amendment 1240H. The vote was 14-6. On part three, we adopted amendment 1300H, and the vote was 20-0. On part four, we adopted Amendment 1232H, the vote was 20-0. On Part 5, we adopted Amendment 1189H, the vote was 20-0. That's when we were in a good mood. On Part 6, we adopted Amendment 1201, 1201H, and the vote was 20-0. On Part 8, we adopted Amendment 1276H. Actually, we didn't adopt.
Okay.
We defeated that. And finally, we adopted on Part 10, we adopted Amendment 1213H. And again, the vote was 20-0.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I saw maybe one correction of what you just said. Amendment 1300H was an amendment to Part 2, not to Part 3. We had 2 amendments for Part 2. Is that correct? According to what I have, anyway.
Yeah. Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
Yes. And so we have a motion to as ought to pass with those amendments. Yes, Representative Sylvia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to oppose the ought to pass motion. This bill contains far more bad than good, even though we did add a little extra good to it. If we go through and look at laser pointing devices, we have no idea what those we're really talking about in the statute. That's pretty bad. We have certainly the section on collaborative law is not needed in this statute. The section for the appropriation on mental health for the police training standards, it seems to me that that might very well be in conflict with some of the training they're already doing. So I have a problem with that. Motor vehicle records, once again, we're casting aside the privacy of people. It is quite clear that there is a desire to consolidate all of these data records into one company and probably resell it to those who want the information. And when we come to growing industrial hemp, I think industrial hemp is just a fine thing. I don't think that we should be giving UNH a cartel to hand out contracts for growing. So for those reasons, I will be voting no.
Thank you. Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to echo Representative Sylvia's points. I think there's a lot of good things in this bill, but I think the bad outweighs the goods. I'm particularly against non-budget appropriations in the bill. And if we had had a full committee, I think things would have been different. But right now, I just am not comfortable voting for this bill.
Okay. Any other comments, concerns? Seeing none, I guess you call the roll, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 134, OTP, whatever it is, 6 amendments. Representative McLean.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
No.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Alexander.
No.
Representative Naughter.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Green.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Birch,
Yes.
Representative Oregon,
Yes.
Representative Del Lorenzo,
Yes.
Representative Chase,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Langley,
Yes.
Representative Beth,
Yes.
Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Simpson,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
and we're at 16-4.
I guess it won't be on the consent calendar. Joe Alexander. Okay, so we're back to Senate Bill 143.
Will there be a minority for that?
Yes, is there a minority report?
Yes.
Representative Sylvia will do a minority report. Okay, back to 143. And I guess we can deal with section 1 at this point in time. I think we were at a point, Representative Birch, if I remember correctly, that you were offering an amendment and comparing it to the other amendment. I note that the amendment, which was previously a Senate amendment, which was provided to us by Senator Carson, has been rewritten by Legislative Services. It's the exact same language, only now it's House Amendment 1313H.
Yes, thank you. And just to make sure we're procedurally correct, I have moved the admission of 1267H. I'd like to discuss it in comparison and contrast with the now 1313 amendment. I don't know if that has to be moved in order to discuss them both and how the chair would want to proceed.
Well, I'm not sure that you can move them both at the same time because you can't vote on them both at the same time. So I think you can feel free to compare it and to the other amendment, and we'll go from there.
All right.
I do need a second, and there may have, your motion may have been seconded before, but if it was, I didn't write it down. And
I will second it.
seconded by Representative Smith. Go ahead, Representative Birch.
Thank you. As this committee more than well knows, we have wrestled with the issue of how to provide better counsel and better representation to our children who get involved in the juvenile justice system. And that resulted in a bill that went through House Judiciary, I think with only one or possibly two objections, and was tabled by the House a month or so ago. That was a product of a lot of bipartisan work and the work of experts within the state and out of the state, both legislators, attorneys who have experience in the family courts, and people who've collected data and the like. A lot of work went through. It was a result of a report that was done by a national organization that highlighted issue areas that need work in this state. I'm spending a little time on background because I think it's important. The major recommendation from the report was to create specialists of lawyers within the defense system that would know exactly the best way and the best practices to represent youngsters in the juvenile justice system. As an alternative, there are a whole host of suggested reforms. Of the 40 or 50 suggested reforms, we identified 7 or 8, and those resulted in the earlier bill, which has been tabled. Since that time, I've engaged in conversation with people involved in the field, and that has resulted in a proposed bill, an amendment to the Senate version. The Senate has passed a version of reform of counsel in juvenile cases. It's part of SB 143. I've looked at it with others and basically have filed 1267. Also coming over is an amendment drafted by Senator Carson and put forward today for administrative reasons by Representative Gordon, which is a different approach. So the amendment that I am urging passage at this time, 1267, it does several things. The first and most notable thing it does is that it provides earlier appointment of counsel for indigent children. One difference between this and what I'll call the Senator Carson bill is that the proposal that I am putting forward allows the court at the beginning, when the petition is filed, to appoint counsel for all children appearing or to appear, subject to a later determination, if necessary, about whether that child is financially eligible for state services. Now, the Carson bill, on the other hand, requires, and it really defeats the purpose, requires that the court shall appoint counsel for an indigent minor, and that an indigent minor shall be a minor who satisfies the court after appropriate inquiry that the minor is financially unable to obtain counsel. This builds in a delay. It means the court can't get a lawyer right off the bat, which is the whole purpose of this particular reform, because the court often will not have the information in front of it at the time the petition is filed to determine indigency. So unfortunately, the Carson approach is far more problematic if you really want to get early appointment of counsel to juveniles. And to protect the public wallet, of course, the court can examine documents at any time and revise the decisions to whether counsel should be approved. Secondly, the next reform that HB 1267 does is that it permits representation of the child by counsel in proceedings that are related to the delinquency proceeding, and when counsel determines that participation is necessary to provide effective representation of the child. And the second part, the appointment shall remain in effect until the court no longer has jurisdiction. Taking the second part first, such appointment shall remain in effect until the court no longer has jurisdiction. The Carson bill amendment does not do that. The problem is that if counsel is representing a child, it can often go to appeal and further proceedings. And if you have to drop counsel at the end of one proceeding and get counsel again and start over, maybe a different counsel, maybe the same counsel, that's not good representation. So HB 1267 says that the appointment shall remain in effect until the court no longer has jurisdiction. So that will go through appeals and the like. There's no reason that the Carson Amendment gives for making it harder to represent children. Representation in other matters is a simple thing. It's hard to phrase it right, but the idea is sometimes I may be representing a child in a delinquency proceeding, and somebody may want to question the child in a different proceeding where the child may incriminate himself or herself. And that child may need a lawyer to say, don't answer this question or don't answer that question, because it's going to affect my representation of you in the delinquency case. And that's the purpose of that. It's not to have somebody represent a kid in an unrelated IEP case or an unrelated civil case or anything like that. It's just an ancillary case where it may affect the representation in the juvenile delinquency matter that a lawyer can still operate. Again, the Carson bill doesn't do that at all. It just ignores that subject matter, and it should not be ignored. As we all will recall, there was a debate over the issue of representing children, or children should have lawyers at the time they are being interrogated or questioned by law enforcement, or people acting in concert with law enforcement. That became an issue at our last House hearing. And I remember my friend from Wyndham making a pretty strong point about Miranda rights and whether we should expand them or not. There are two ways to approach that. One way, which I think is the better way, is to establish a bright line rule that says children are different than adults. Children are not free to leave when they're being questioned by adults, and therefore they should have protection. That's a bright line. It's easy for police. It's easy for school officials. It's easy for people to apply. It's easy for courts to apply. That didn't do too well the last time through. So in respect for the arguments presented by some, I've done in 1267, I've taken the more traditional approach that we use in adult court, and basically said, if a child is in custody and this is how we will determine, these factors make a difference in determining whether the child is in custody. And we have that, the child's age and maturity, the duration or location of contact, the existence of a disability, the presence of the children's parents, that the court needs to take those into account, make findings of fact, and then decide the custody question. So there's a huge compromise in 1267 in terms of the objection that was raised in an earlier time. Alas, the other amendment, the Carson Amendment, skips the whole subject. It doesn't go into these factors.
During the discussion of SB 134, Part 12, the authorization to grow industrial.
I missed that, but I assume.
Go ahead.
All right. So it's an important enough area that I think it should be covered. And the Carson Amendment just doesn't do that. And then there's, I think, just a simple mistake in the Carson bill. In my version, the juvenile and his parents are not charged for counsel. The problem, of course, is that parents don't want to pay often for the kids to be represented, so they don't get represented. The Carson Amendment has some conflicting language in its drafting, in that it removes part but not all of the reimbursement provisions. So it leaves some reimbursement in, but then it also says that instead of the current law, this juvenile bill will, for services rendered, will follow the juvenile his entire or her entire life, which is not what the law is now. So on one hand, it would seem to change the reimbursement obligation in one section, and then in another section, it says that it adds to the repayment obligation of families, which is the exact opposite direction that the experts talk about. In fact, our juvenile justice system, the parents pay at pretty much every stage. And what we decided to do in the working group was just talk about the section on getting counsel. The parents still pay for counseling. The parents still pay for appeals. The parents still pay for this. The parents still pay for that. You can go through a whole list. We're just saying that it's important enough for these kids to get counsel, that they should be able to get counsel and not have the parents say, well, I choose not to pay for that. You know, just go in there and plead guilty. So there's some very significant details that are different in these two provisions. All I can say is that I urge the Judiciary Committee to respect the work that has been done on a bipartisan basis with experts and with lawyers, with people in the judiciary, people with the Judicial Council, have worked hard and come up with a compromise piece of legislation, which is 1267H. I semi-apologize for talking as long as I did, but this is an important piece of legislation. And I want to just note in ending that my good friend, the representative from Belmont earlier on a different bill, used the phrase that he was very paying attention to the due process rights of citizens, that he felt the due process rights of citizens were really, really important. And I agree. And that's why I voted for that amendment of his. That's what this bill is about. This amendment is about. You have very powerful government on one side, and you have citizens on the other. And not only do you have citizens on the other, you have the most vulnerable citizens on the other side, children. And the balance is way out of whack. And it's just fundamental. If you believe, and there's many people here who profess it pretty loudly, if you believe that the citizens of this state have a right to oppose the government when the government is done wrong or the government seeks to take their freedom away, then you have to give the citizen the tools to be able to do that. And one of the most effective tools to do that is to have a lawyer. And that's a lot of what this issue is. Are you going to support big government, or are you going to support the children who need a voice so they don't land up at a place like the Sununu Center and have terrible things happen? So I urge the strongest consideration to 1267. Thank you.
Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question for my friend from Westmoreland, if he'll answer it for me.
I'm sure he will. Representative Birch.
Okay.
He'll do his best.
Perfect. So this is a compromise to the bill that was tabled on the House floor. It was HB 188. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
That's it? Oh, shucks.
Surprising, huh?
Well, having sponsored the other bill, I wouldn't consider it a compromise. Only I don't. When the compromise, generally you think of some type of an agreement, to come to a compromise. And I don't think that there is any agreement that I'm aware of. But so I first of all, you should be aware that I worked with Representative Birch to put together the bill in the first place. And I'm fully supportive of all the provisions in the original bill. And most importantly, the section which he just described at the very end of his speech, and that is kids need to be represented. But there were other parts to that bill that we all know did not find favor when we were in Bedford previously. And so I'm willing to be what I think is, and I think that's what Senator Carson was trying to be, is politically practical here and get what is most important. And what is most important is representation for kids. And they do not have adequate representation today, granted. And I think everybody can get behind that and support it. And I think we can reach a compromise on that. But when you get into issues with regard to use of statements, then I think we're going to get into the same problem area that we were in the past. As I understand, and as I've read Senator Carson's bill, I don't agree entirely with my colleague from Westmoreland, and in that, as I read the bill, it specifically provides that appointment will be made of counsel to juveniles, no matter what. It's upon receipt of the petition, the court shall appoint counsel for the minor. And that appointment shall occur promptly in no event later than the time when the summons is issued. And notice of the appointment will be, and so it is an immediate appointment. There is a provision in here that requires the court to make an inquiry with regard to whether or not the minor qualifies as an indigent. But I'm not sure that has to be or needs to be at the initiation of the process. It seems to me that inquiry can be made at a later date. And in fact, that happens all the time in the court, where the court appoints attorneys to represent people only to have them afterwards make a determination as their eligibility. The other parts of it, this includes a very important part with regard to the so-called Carson Amendment, which I've sponsored at this point in time, does indicate that that it changes the relationship between the attorneys and the juveniles, and that in the past, attorneys were disincented to get involved or more involved in the case. In this particular case, they've indicated that payment isn't going to be determined on a predetermined fee schedule, and the Carson Amendment provides for that, and that is extremely important. It doesn't provide for what was objectionable in the past, and that is having attorneys get involved in proceedings that are maybe related, but aren't directly related to what may be taking place. And I understand that that's a shortcoming. I certainly would like to see attorneys more involved in the preparations of IEPs for kids, because these kids have, in many cases, some disabilities that should be addressed in relationship to their prosecution. But as we indicated, that found objection on the floor of the House before. So long and the short is, I'm fully supportive of everything that Representative Birch has to say. It's just, I think the amendment I've offered is the practical alternative, and it brings about the way I'd like to view it is it brings about incremental change. It gets the very most important thing done, and that is getting representation for kids. And it gets it done. And then in the future, we can deal with those other parts to make further improvement. So, is there anybody else would like to comment? And
Well,
then,
we should, and so I think we should all just like say what we get to say, or think, let people know what we're thinking. So, your permission, Mr. Chairman.
sure.
I find both of these proposals quite attractive. Problem I have is partially you've already represented, that is the difficulties of dealing with the legal complications of the statement parts of Representative Rich's amendment. And I'm very concerned. Well,
I can't make out what he's saying.
I'm sorry. I should get the microphone. So the argument about how far our representation extends and the business with the statement oral statement from the juvenile really is, I mean, it's over my head in legal terms. That's all I can say about that. It's over my head, and I know in House Bill 188, it's a significant project of objection. It's the biggest reason, I thought at the time, it was the biggest reason we tabled it. So it seems to me if we want to support the full house, that is not a place we should go at this time. And I don't pause that we pointed out in the Carson, that you pointed out in the Carson amendment. Really, I don't really see a big conflict between maybe part of it. I just don't see that. And I think we make progress and get representation for every juvenile immediately upon the filing of the petitions. And that's the most important thing. So there you go.
Anybody else have thoughts? Sure you do. Want to just vote? I have to wait a minute. I have one member who needed to have a bathroom break, and frankly, I need a bathroom break. Can we just take 8 minutes and take a break? So I'm going to call, we're going to be in recess for 8 minutes.
Excuse me?
Pick it up on your break.
caused the break. Everyone else said it.
They worded a bio break.
Well, they were gonna vote, and then they started with on, and they said, allow everyone to break.
Kidding, hey.
Actually, they should get a couple offices go, you know, you get thinking about it, it's 400 amendments.
It was 30 minutes.
Still a lot.
I know, and I was having trouble keeping track of them, trying to get them all in order.
Yeah, but no matter what we think. Please, right?
Yeah.
Registry on Leon, it's funny, I had a select board meeting last night, Leon was talking about the registry amendments.
Oh, really?
I had no idea what we were doing yesterday.
I'll feel better.
We're getting 15 feet.
I was gonna say, you live in a sheep's bush up there?
4 more after this. We may need 2 more just for this bill.
That's amazing.
Right.
Well, we talked about that. I asked him for some number.
Now, just so you know, we're not muted, so.
He made me more.
Just as a procedural question, Mr. Chair. Did somebody offer an amendment or did we just have a discussion?
No, that was hospital. Amendment is 1313. It's on the floor.
So the amendment on the floor is 1313.
No, actually.
No, 1267 is on the floor.
On the floor is 1267. Okay, just to clarify, I know there's been, because we've been talking about both, so.
1267 is on the floor. Democrats may want to look at their email. Which Democrats are not good at doing.
1267, yeah.
Okay, we'll call the House Judiciary Committee back to order. Thanks for everybody's patience. I know I feel better. We're at this point in time discussing Amendment 1267 to Part 1 of Senate Bill 143. And is there any additional discussion? If not, then we'll be voting on that amendment. Representative Wolfert, do you want to call the roll?
On amendment number 12678 to Senate Bill 134. Representative McLean.
No.
Representative Sylvia.
No.
One votes no. Representative Alexander.
No.
Representative Notter.
No.
Representative Murner.
No.
Representative Green.
No.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Representative Melvin.
No.
Representative Smith. Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Burke.
Yes.
Representative Horgan. Representative Horgan.
You're muted.
Unmute, Tim.
On amendment 1267. How do you vote?
We see you, but not hear you, Tim.
Tim, raise your thumb or lower your thumb based on whether you're for it or against it.
Make a noise so we can see it.
Oh, there you go.
You can see it?
Tim, thumbs up or thumbs down?
Let's not be able to hear us.
I think you can hear us. Yeah.
Lorenzo. Representative Di Lorenzo?
Yes.
Representative Chase?
Yes.
Representative Kenny?
Yes.
Representative Langley?
Yes.
Representative Macbeth?
Yes.
Representative Page?
Yes.
Representative Simpson?
Yes.
Representative Horrigan?
I'm trying to get a hold of I'm sorry, excuse me, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to get a hold of.
I think his headphones aren't working.
He hasn't got them on. Sure, I can't.
Yeah.
Fine. No.
Do anything.
You okay?
Yeah, he's sitting right there. He looks fine. We did the last time.
Oh,
we
there he
saw
is.
him.
Okay.
He's trying to say something.
We can't hear you, Representative Horrigan. Can you raise your thumb? You can't hear us either.
Oh.
Well, I know, that's the question. That's what I'm struggling with right now. I don't want to, I know what he wants to do.
Oh, and will this vote change the outcome of?
Well, yeah, well.
Tim, can you hear us?
Representative Horrigan, can you,
There you go.
thumbs
Hold
up?
up the side.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And I vote no.
Mr. Chairman votes no. Please make the vote 10 to 10. Motion fails.
As an alternative, I would move amendment 1313H. And is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Macbeth. Not Macbeth, McLean.
Close.
Sorry, I was getting a call back from the number that was Tim Horrigan's, but anyway, I was.
Yes, Representative Birch.
Right, speaking on the motion, I would just urge a vote against the amendment. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
This is the last best chance we have to fix this.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, you can call the roll.
Amendment 1313 to Senate Bill 134.
Yes.
Representative Sylvia.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Alexander.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Turner.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
No.
Representative Burke.
No.
Representative Horrigan.
Tim.
Representative Di Lorenzo.
No.
Representative Chase.
No.
Representative Kenny.
No.
Representative Langley.
No.
Representative
Or, thumbs down.
Representative Macbeth. Representative Macbeth. Representative Langley. Representative Langley. Representative Macbeth. 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 Representative Representative Macbeth,
No.
Representative Page,
No.
Representative Simpson,
No.
Representative Warren.
Yes, he voted no.
Voted no. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
by the unsurprising vote of 10 to 10, motion fails.
Are there any other amendments to section 1? Seeing none? Are there any other amendments to Senate Bill 143? Okay, just to go down through the sections, it appears that section 1 will remain as it was originally offered. Section 2 has been amended by 1252H. Sections 3, 4, 5, and 6 all appear to remain as submitted. Section 7 was amended by 1272H. The vote of 19 to 1. Section 8 was amended by 1274H. Oh, that wasn't amended, sorry, the motion failed.
Failed.
And sections, there was a motion that failed with regard to section 9, section 10, which will remain the same. Section 11 remains the same. And we've added,
No,
1280.
oh yeah, I'm sorry.
we've added a section, which is, would be a new section, which is 1280H, and on a vote of 18 to 2. Somebody want to make a motion?
I will move law to pass as amended.
Was that Representative Sylvia?
It was.
Okay. I'd be happy to second that. And any discussion?
Well, I really wanted Part 9 out of this bill. Unlike the Part 10 and 134, which deals with the motor vehicle records, which had prohibitions on sharing the data, I think Part 9, with respect to sharing the medical records, I do think that has the potential for long-term ramifications that we don't fully understand. But I'm conflicted because we did add in the section on the civil asset forfeiture. So at this point in time, I don't know which way I'm going to go, and I have to vote first. So,
Well, I just want to say I share the same feelings, because not just Part 9, but Part 10, I thought ought to come out of the bill. And frankly, at this point in time, I don't like Part 1. I just don't think we learned anything from our last go around. So, Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that the Senate kind of put us in a tough spot here with having to amend all these things in and out. And I think that, while I'm happy with some things, I do have to agree that I don't want to encourage this behavior in the future. So I'll be voting no as well.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with everything that Representative Alexander said, except his conclusion. I think that these omnibus bills are an outrage. I think they interfere with the democratic process. I think it makes it impossible for us to end up with solid legislation. When the Senate did it last time, I objected and understood that there might have been some problems that came from the pandemic. I must tell you that I expected more from the president of the Senate because I know of his longstanding commitment to solid legislation. This is a disgrace, and I hope that we can do everything we can to make sure this doesn't happen again. But I don't want to cut my nose off to spite my face. I don't want to vote no to make a point when that means that the good parts of these bills don't go forward. So with great pain and great dissatisfaction in the corruption of the process, I will vote yes, but it certainly will not be enthusiastically. And I would ask the chair if there were an opportunity to make clear to the speaker how the committee feels about these bills, and hope that the speaker might communicate that distress to the Senate leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Chase, did I see your hand up?
Hold on. Yep, can you hear me?
You can.
You did, and I'm sorry, I'm going to just say this because I'm not completely understanding it. I think it has to do with the amendment that I know we already voted on for Carson's and your bill, which is now 1267. Is there any way of possibly taking out section 5 of that with the cost fees, or where it doesn't matter? Okay, never mind. I'm so sorry. I'm okay, because we have voted on it. We cannot change it.
I think we have a motion pending right now, the bill itself.
Okay, it doesn't matter since neither amendment was adopted. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. Just felt like saying hello. Hi, everybody.
It's that Florida heat.
Yeah.
I just saw a rocket launch, by the way.
Oh, good.
Well, during our break. Yeah.
Anybody else want to weigh in on this vote? If not, I guess, Mr. Clerk, you need to take the roll. This is on the motion of ought to pass as amended.
Okay.
As ought to pass what we've already, everything we've done. Bill 134, Representative McLean.
140.
143.
143.
We need to spell it into the day.
143, ought to pass as amended.
Reluctantly, no.
Sylvia.
Yes.
Clerk votes no. Representative Alexander.
No.
Representative Nyer.
No.
Representative Werner.
No.
Representative Green.
No.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Melvin.
No.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Birch.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
I'm back. Yes.
Representative Di Lorenzo.
Yes.
Representative Chase.
Yes.
Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Langley.
Yes.
Representative McBeth,
Yes.
Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Simpson,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
I mean, yes.
You do one thing, if I have 13, you have 7 names.
What was that again?
13 to 7.
Guess that's not consent.
Do today. Mr. Clerk, you all set?
I'm all set, thank you.
All set?
Somebody going to do a minority vote for that?
Yeah, is there going to be a minority report?
Mr. Chair, I'll do it. I'll do it if you'd like.
That'd be great. Okay, Alexander, do the minority report. We have, next week, we have, actually, one other piece of business perhaps, and just while we're here, we heard Senate Bill 126 morning on landlord tenant. There was absolutely no objection to that. And I do have it scheduled for that next week, but I didn't know whether or not you wanted to get it out of the way today, if everybody was in agreement with that.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
And would somebody like to make that motion? Yes.
I so move.
Or were you going to move Representative DiLorenzo?
I was going to move on to pass.
Okay, Representative DiLorenzo moves on to pass. And seconded by Representative Smith.
Well, it would be lovely, I think, if one of our colleagues from the other side of the aisle would like to second it.
Somebody like to second it?
I'll second it.
Representative McLean said he'd second it. Okay, any discussion? Representative DiLorenzo, do you want to speak to your motion at all?
Yeah, yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a good bill. I think it is a really a bill that helps landlords and tenants, and it keeps people in their homes. And so I can't see any element of this bill that does not work for all. That's it. Thank you.
126, Senate Bill 126. And the motion is on to pass. Okay, any other discussion?
Apologize for the technical difficulties.
Bill
Go ahead.
Senate Bill 126, ought to pass. Representative McLean,
Yes.
Representative Sylvia,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Alexander,
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Murner, yes. Representative Green,
Yes.
Kelly,
Me? No.
Representative Kelly,
You're muted.
Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Melvin,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Birch,
Yes.
Representative Morgan,
Yes.
Representative DiLorenzo,
Yes.
Representative Chase,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Langman,
Yes.
Representative McBeth,
Yes.
Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Simpson.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the way it closed today is on a unanimous 20-0 vote.
Wow. Yay.
Made a recommendation about to pass on Senate Bill 126.
Will this go on the consent calendar?
So, unless there's an objection from anyone. Done deal. And so next week, we have one bill to hear. That's, I think it's Senate Bill 96 in the morning. And then we're scheduled for an executive session. It was going to be on 125, excuse me, it was going to be on 95 and 126. But we just did 126. So we have 95 scheduled. And we're hearing 96 in the morning. So maybe if everything went well, maybe we could exec on 96 as well, as long as there's not a great need for amendments, and then get our work done next week. We'll try to do that.
There may be an amendment coming in on 96, and a fair number of people may be talking about it.
What a surprise.
Mr. Chair, I have plans for amendments for 96 as well.
Okay, then maybe we'll delay that. Okay. Well, if there's no other business, thank you, everybody, for the long day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry for the disruption.
Thank you.
Thanks.